don't check for me. Taking time out to be and live my life off screen. Taking time out to be and live my life. I'm in a place serene and pure and free. Hey, I ain't worried about what's the wave, only worry about me, yeah. Oh, I'm taking time out to be and live my life off screen. Taking time out to be and live my life. Don't you wanna be free when you're standing on the edge of time? One word's all I need to relieve you of your rising greed. Don't you wanna be free when your life's turning upside down? Let me show you the way to go when all direction is lost. I cannot be all you need. I promise to be by your side, to help you set your mind at ease. For once I will not run and hide. I've said it time and time and again. If you want, I can be your friend. Don't you wanna be free to forget where your life should be? For once, stand up for what's right and be true to the ones you need. Don't you wanna be free and to never be afraid again? This time I will not let you go. I'll be your shelter from harm. I cannot be all you need. I promise to be by your side, to help you set your mind at ease. For once I will not run and hide. I've said it time and time and again. If you want, I can be your friend. It shouldn't be that hard. Dinner and a night out. But I was caught off guard. Now let me tell you what it's all about.
Good morning. A very warm welcome to all of you. Sorry we've started a bit late, but it's because there was so much engagement in the early bird sessions where we had all of you working in small groups. Those of you who were there, obviously, at 8:30. My name is Dharmendra Kanani. I'm Chief Spokesperson and Chief Operating Officer at Friends of Europe, and your moderator for this opening session. A very warm welcome to all of you. It's our 19th edition of this august roundtable that we call State of Europe. 19 years, 19th edition. And basically, what we're going to do today is really think about and talk about how do we fix the mess that we're in? How do we make a better society given where we find ourselves? And who takes responsibility for what in the future? Because given the experiences we've had in the past 4 years, where basically the world has turned upside down, either in health terms, economics, and now war on our doorstep. Everything has changed fundamentally. I suppose one of the things that we need to be challenging ourselves is that we can either decide that it's not going to go back to normal, but actually pretend that that's the case and actually do go back to normal and assume it, or really, genuinely, really think about how do we create, not a refit, but fundamentally rethink our social contract between the private sector, public sector, and civil society and citizens. What we want to do at Friends of Europe, and we're launching this as of today with you, all of you who are here with us, is to begin a process of thinking through a renewed social contract for Europe. And our target, our ambition, is that by 2030, we hope to work with yourselves, parliamentarians, the European Commission, to present something about what good government looks like, what good private sector practice looks like, what does a good society look like, and who takes responsibility for what. And some of you might be thinking, oh my God, that's really romantic nonsense. But I just ask all of you to think about the situation we find ourselves in here today, and what we've been through. Just imagine, not less than a year or so ago, we were all stuck at home. Our streets were empty, and we were all suffering from different kinds of mental health, but also witnessing the first time that we would be in a situation where we had a global pandemic. And then lo and behold, 18 months later, we have a war on our doorstep, and now we have a crisis, an energy crisis. And a lot of people, not many of you in this room, probably 70% of the population across Europe are today thinking about a choice between fuel and food. They're all worried. They're fundamentally worried. 70% of the population in Europe will be worrying this Christmas as to what they will do to make ends meet. And I think it behoves us to really think deeply and I suppose using foresight and data, but also the rear-view mirror of what's gone past, to think about how do we build and renew the societies that we've been living in. Because actually, as some of you heard last night from our president and some of our fabulous speakers, it's time to really fundamentally shake the tin and really think deeply about the roles of politicians, government, governance, and the private sector and civil society. So that's what's on the menu for us throughout the day. But before I say anything else, I want to introduce three people who've very kindly agreed to be in front of you and to share their personal journeys. those of you who last year remember, we've had a tendency to bring in a different element of a citizen's voice. We have a Debating Europe platform where we have over 6.5 million people that engage with us regularly on matters that's important to them, but policy issues that are relevant to them. And we basically put them together with politicians and policymakers to debate issues of what matters to Europeans today and into the future. We've been working on a similar process, and we have 3 people here who have agreed to share their personal stories with you, because we felt at Friends of Europe that it was really important to put our money where our mouth is in terms of a citizen-centric approach to policy making and policy thinking and policy development. So I'm very pleased that, and don't be nervous, and they're really good people, they're really nice people, and they'll all smile at you, I promise you. There won't be lots of difficult questions, but what we wanted to do is give you a sense of how 3 young people have lived their lives in difficult circumstances that all of us have witnessed in different ways. But we wanted to bring those personal journeys and personal stories to set the scene, the tone and the framework for our conversation today. So I'm very pleased first to welcome Anya, who you'll be, you're a campaign coordinator with a story about overcoming climate change-induced trauma. Over to you first.
Hi, yes, my name is Anya Verkamp. I'm also an activist with Extinction Rebellion as well as other collectives doing civil disobedience on ecological issues in Belgium. It's nice to be invited to Palais d'Egmont because it was here that Extinction Rebellion had their first action in Belgium in December of 2018 by disrupting the speech of Charles Michel at a greenwashing conference of the marine transport industry. Since then, millions of teenagers went on strike and hundreds of thousands of people began to block highways, fossil fuel sites, and airports. And what we received from the EU institutions is a lot of big words and plans for green growth. Now we have less than 3 years to peak our emissions, and then we must decline them by half before 2030, and by we I mean the world, or we are going to surpass 1.5 degrees of warming, and we will trigger feedback loops that are very dangerous. The past summer was the worst drought Europe has seen in 500 years. Crops died, rivers dried up. In the future, this will be remembered as a mild season. In our lifetime, we are going to see considerable drought and famine. Many civilizations have collapsed before for exactly the weaknesses that ours has now. Since the summer, I have dinner conversations with my friends where we joke that it's the end of the world, and then there's an awkward silence where we can't look each other in the eye and admit how lost we feel. Almost all of my conversations with my partner are about the planetary limits that we are reaching, what we wish was being done, and whether it's possible for us to bring a child into such a world. I love my partner very much. He has red curly hair, and he's a great cook, and he's the kindest person I've ever met. And I would love our children too much to bring them somewhere so dangerous as a planet hurtling towards 4 degrees of warming. And sometimes my anger goes in all directions. I judge our family and friends who I think don't do enough. I feel abandoned, like someone who's in the hospital and isn't visited by the people who they think love them. I try to remind myself that not everyone is equally responsible for the cancerous emissions in our atmosphere. Since 1990, lower and middle-class Europeans have declined their emissions. Emissions have risen among the richest 10%, and especially the richest 1% of Europeans. This is from an Oxfam study from 2020. The inequality of carbon emissions reflects the structural goal of the European Union to protect industry, unite markets, and maintain economic growth. This is radically insane in a way that you could only contribute to someone with dementia who believes they're living in another century, to stick to outdated myths about GDP when confronted with a real emergency. Recently, following a climate protest, I and other activists secured a meeting with an advisor of the cabinet of Charles Michel, and he admitted that heads of state are afraid of gilets jaunes-style uprisings because of the energy price crisis. This was the only point of the conversation I took joy in because it shows that civil disobedience works. Other than that, he believed that tackling the climate crisis was only an issue of directing investment in renewable energy. Green growth. My partner and I talk about fleeing to Ireland because the old political generation can't change their worldview. No, I want force. I am sick of the cradling of the corporate class. My children's future has been sold for the profit of a small economic elite. Through the due diligence directive, we have the chance to obligate corporations to make short and long-term plans to reduce their absolute carbon emissions, for which we could hold them civilly liable. I have participated in 5 mass actions with anywhere between 180 and 6,000 people to block industrial infrastructure. 1 month ago, with 1,000 people, the coalition Code Rouge blocked 2 total energy sites in Belgium. I slept on the train tracks in front of freights filled with refined oil en route to Luxembourg gas stations. This works because it makes headlines, it builds community, and it disrupts operations at some cost to the state and to the business. These methods have spread to Belgium from Ende Gelände in Germany, from Code Rood in the Netherlands, the Rio Tinto protests in Serbia, from the ZADs of France and the Yellow Jackets. And let me tell you, if you have assured profits from the climate crisis, we're desperate and we're angry and we're coming for you.
Anya, thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to move to Basel. Basel, you're an entrepreneur fleeing the war in Syria. Tell us your story.
Thank you. Unlike many, home is not the country where I was born in. Home is a place that I created for myself more than once. My name is Basel Tailouni. I'm from Syria. I was born in Syria and I moved to Lebanon, escaped the war at the age of 19. I finally settled in Belgium in late 2015. Here, it took me 6 years to finish my studies, to create my new home where I established my first business, Bus Ice Cream. A journey was full of happy people, good moments, and many challenges, and of course, plenty of bureaucracy. Several months after I set foot in this country, I was hit by the decision of the social welfare. When they decided to push against my wishes to continue my business studies. I had no other choice but to fight for it. It was my first time standing in a courtroom before a judge, defending myself with a language that I don't fluently speak. Me against a decision by a governmental institution. Fortunately, soon after that, the decision was overturned with a court order. Fast forward 3 years and a half, I graduated with cum laude. But finding a job wasn't that easy, especially when COVID-19 hit and many were losing their jobs as we were forced to limit our social interactions. Nonetheless, the lockdown pushed many to follow their dreams. I certainly wasn't an exception. Summer 2020 witnessed the birth of an ambitious idea, starting a premium ice cream brand in my new home, Belgium. I knew this wasn't going to be easy, especially with the absence of family and the lack of financial means. To turn this business this idea into a successful business, I needed to have some external financial support. First up was, again, the social welfare office. When I went there, the social worker, she was very excited for me, but unfortunately, they don't have enough experience with the starting entrepreneurs. They redirected me to their partner institution, which is the Entrepreneurship Activation Center. At the Activation Center, I was strongly advised to apply for a business credit via their partner agency, which requires a very high interest rate with unfavorable terms when compared to traditional banks offer. Contrary to their advice, I just went and applied for different governmental initiatives and business incubators that claim to have special support for starting entrepreneurs. Unfortunately, despite the thorough business plan that I have, none went through. Then I went straight to the bank for a traditional business loan. Luckily, I got a couple of offers and eventually got the loan I wanted. Just a couple of months before opening Bus Ice Cream to the public, I applied for an initiative offered by the city of Ghent in Flanders, the Starters Contract. It is a lump sum that is designed to help young starters. It's granted to help them with the initial investments and to provide a small financial buffer. It seemed like a guaranteed approval. I mean, I have a strong business plan with 5-year financial forecast. I have a business approval, a business loan approval, and agreement with the social welfare to keep the financial benefits in case things go south. What else do I need, right? Unfortunately, the city wasn't so convinced, and they required the first 6 months of financial activity. Yes, ladies and gents, in order to apply for the starters grant that is designed to help starting a business, you need to have a successful business with healthy financials for the first 6 months. 8 months after opening Bus Ice Cream, I applied for the grant and I got the initial approval. The contract, it was exchanged by ordinary mail several times just for review and signature before getting the final approval. I finally got the grant. This was just a glimpse of the bureaucracy a person would experience in a developed European country. Hoping with sharing these stories with you is going to be smoother and more efficient in the future. But until then, I will keep focusing on elevating the ice cream scene in my most recent home. Thank you so much.
Really should have done a deal with us and brought ice cream for the morning. You really should have. How stupid of us not to have thought about that. Thank you very much. Francesca, you're an artist. Share your story with us, please,
yes,
as our final contribution.
Yes. Hi, good morning. My name is Francesca Vincenti. I'm here today as a citizen of Europe, particularly as an independent artist from North Sweden. I'm grateful to get this opportunity to tell my story. I've always had a strong will to make a difference. I grew up in a small but culture-rich city, Umeå, surrounded by dedicated independent artists, non-profit organizations, and minority cultures. With or without governmental support, we citizens made culture available. In Umeå, I learned the power of art from a song written by local artists. The song demanded justice for rape victims, and in 2018, it made its way up to our national government and influenced the formation of new laws for consensual sex. A year later, I earned my bachelor in music. I was excited to set off in the real world, but I knew I'd chosen a hard path ahead of working for minimum wage at maximum capacity to both fulfill the social missions of an artist and to make a living. In 2020, working in the creative sector went from tough to impossible as the COVID-19 pandemic hit the world hard. Before the pandemic, I was living in Sweden, jumping between projects in different countries. My first substantial project was going to be Nordic Remix, a collaboration between Nordic artists in Greenland. It demanded tons of work, which, like much else at that time, suddenly was put on hold. What were we going to do now? Even as a European citizen, I didn't know where to turn for support. I'd been privileged to live and work across Europe before, but now I felt stuck in between countries and not rooted anywhere. I turned to my home country, Sweden, where support funds opened for applications. Independent artists that I knew either received modest financial support or no support at all, because their own annual income was too low for them to be considered eligible. I received 350 euros, which is better than nothing, and I was lucky to have some savings, but I knew I couldn't stay afloat for long. Graduating had already triggered a worry in me about the future, but during the pandemic, I felt my belief in myself and in art, my drive gradually declined. And it was really so crushing. Sorry?
That's okay, take your time.
While desperately trying to adapt to a new and foreign situation. I did not see this coming, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Really, don't take your time.
Thanks. Yes. Yes, so I sank deep into a depression. And after a year, I had access to therapy, which got me back on my feet. And after a while, I could pick up on my project, Nordic Remix, again. Thanks to our grantors who believed in the power of arts, our group of creatives could finally meet in Greenland. During this week of sharing our perspectives on art, decolonization, and cultural identities, and while blending our expressions into one, I feel my drive awaken in me again. This experience was the ultimate reminder why I'd chosen the artist profession, and it underlined the importance of cultural funds that invest in initiatives from civil society. The reality of working independently is instability, and the pandemic rather intensified already existing difficulties creatives are faced with. I was lucky to have a support system in my personal life, but where was the support system from our society? According to a study from 2016, conducted at Westminster University in the UK, artists were already at a 3 times greater risk of developing mental illnesses compared to the general public, with poor working conditions, lack of support from society, and lack of recognition as 3 of the main reasons. The challenge lies in creating durable working conditions for the creative sector. Culture budgets need to be re-evaluated from an intersectional perspective to ensure equal possibilities for all people to make a living and to channelize our voices, regardless of our income or locality. By doing so, and by reducing the queues for mental health care, and by recognizing artists' expertises as essential, I believe that we would be in a better position to do what we artists do best: create, inspire, and make a change. Thank you.
You know it's really difficult to speak in front of you, and you've all been there when you've had to get up in an audience. So, you know, bravo, thank you. Why did we do this? This wasn't, you know, voyeurism. This wasn't an act of saying, oh, how do we create an emotional framework so that all of you feel guilty and we're suddenly looking into the lives of people that are not us. It wasn't about voyeurism. It's about trying to create a glimpse. There's only 3, but there could be 3 million behind them. They're not necessarily representative, but it's give you an idea for us to have almost a sense of conscience and a compass to realize that whilst we're in these hallowed rooms and all of us conducting our lives as journalists, politicians, decision makers, money makers, that actually sometimes we need to start with a different setting and a starting point to understand the real lives of people around us and to understand the privilege that we have in what we do in this room, but to understand that if we are going to make sense of a better future, we need to start there. We need to understand what people are going through. And you know, we've lived through a time where, and even today, you still hear this volte voce of a politician saying, I'm here to serve the public. I'm about my citizens, and my services are for the citizens, etc. And as soon as you get into office, things change. And suddenly a system and an administration works around people, and suddenly you become really busy. And you don't get the time to really think about why you came into office in the first place. Private sector people have had to take a really different view about their work and what their purpose is as well. But what we all know, and we know this, that society is changing fundamentally around us at a speed that we're not able to predict and manage, and actually a lot of us don't really know what we're doing, but we don't want to say that. And what we want to do here today is to say, whose responsibility is it to build a better society? And it sounds like a really naive question, but I think we need to get back to fundamentals. We need to be really thinking about how do we really, if we are going to learn the lessons from the past 4 years and currently what's happening right now in terms of the decisions that were taken by politicians in Europe, people who are told, do not rely on Russia. People were told, there's evidence for this, there was data for this, reports. Yet, the union and, certain politicians chose to continue. And we are where we are as a result of that. And there are countless examples of that. So how do we get better at using foresight, data, evidence, and mean it, and actually use it effectively, rather than simply sit behind this facade of saying, we're here to serve good citizens and want to be public servants, yet in reality, bureaucracy takes over. And on that point, I'm going to invite, and sorry, it's very passionate starting. I know Maria. We have Maria Gabriel, Commissioner, an absolute star in different ways, one of our European young leaders, and we have a number of European young leaders here. Actually, whilst I've got the floor, can I ask all our European young leaders to raise their hands? As you can see, quite a grouping of them. And you've got artists, journalists, commissioners, even the Prime Minister of Estonia, Kaja Kallas, is a European leader. And we have entrepreneurs, etc. Just to provide an alternative voice and an alternative view on all what matters to Europe and how Europe can be configured and worked through differently and better. We bring them together twice a year, but we also have a session, and they're readily involved in our work over time. Maria, you have a vast portfolio, and I know it's difficult because I'm going to ask you to speak on behalf of the entire Commission, obviously. But what do you think are the drivers that we need to be thinking about now to be able to get to a different place and a different starting point and a point of really affecting change in a way that reorders things for the better?
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me a little bit to break the protocol and first to say thank you very much, dear young people. Thank you for your strong messages, for your engagement. That's exactly why the European Year of Youth is here, for you. What we would like to do together with you is 3 key words: to listen, to engage, to support. And thank you very much for raising again the importance of 3 main topics for our young people. Of course, we need not only to continue to talk about climate change, we need to join beautiful words with decisive actions, and that was very strong. Thank you very much for raising the importance of our young innovators. Actually, we are facing a new wave of innovation, and we should stay focused on our next generation of innovators. That's not easy. Thank you very much for raising the importance of culture. That's a topic very close to my heart, and I will touch a word in my intervention. What I see, that there is a first challenge. We need to give more visibility and to spread the message, what are the existing opportunities. I listen climate change, we have Green Erasmus, we have the new European Bauhaus initiative. I would like to see a critical mass of people knowing about this, seeing how they are giving perspectives. I'm really listening every week the experience of young entrepreneurs, but yes, we need to talk about the new European Innovation Agenda. We need to talk about our support for startups to pass the valley of the dead and to show us their potential. We need to talk about talents. We need really to talk about the fragmentation that we're facing today. And yes, when we talk about culture, that was one of my main missions when I started my mandate. Creative Europe program is the only one program dedicated to culture. It's fine, it's beautiful, but it's not enough. That's why there is now, for the first time, a new budget dedicated to culture at European level. For the first time in Horizon Europe program, there is a new cluster on culture and creativity. But we need to unlock the potential of the innovative ecosystem that represents cultural and creative sectors and industries. We have a new community of innovation and communication with the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. For the first time in the Resilience and Recovery Facility plans, our member states decided to dedicate 2% of their budgets for culture. I will always remember the smiling faces when I raised together with the European Parliament this idea, but today we achieve it. That means again that we need definitely your strengths, your experiences, your critical thinking. Please keep it. Now, to answer to some of the questions, of course, when we talk about the drivers, I would like first to say thank you very much, Friends of Europe, because you are one of those drivers, because you represent that we care. We care for our values, we care for our union, we care for Europe. And I think that that's the base. First, stay united and really continue to fulfill with concrete content these beautiful word values. And that was said yesterday during our beautiful evening. I think that that's the first thing. Even as representative of the European Commission, I think about the construction of the European Union 70 years ago. Remember what was said in the Schuman Declaration in 1950? World peace cannot be safeguarded without the making of creative efforts proportionate to the dangers which threaten it. And yes, today we need all this creativity to see how together with our young people, every one of us, public, private sector, we can drive our collective actions in times of fragility and uncertainty. And I must say that sometimes history seems to repeat itself. Because back in 1951, our founding fathers were creating the coal and steel community. Like then, the European continent was discussing how to ensure autonomy on energy and supply of materials, leading to the Treaty of Paris, establishing the Carbon and Steel Union. Post-war, Europe had to address many problems and socio-economic tensions, and the economic development model was based on fossil fuels, feeding the need to engage in a long reconstruction. Today, we feel again this pressure on energy supply of resources that we need to accomplish our transition to a sustainable economy. We are again confronted by geopolitical disputes in Europe and globally by persistent socioeconomic inequalities within Europe and at global scale. And we have even, I must say, intergenerational tensions regarding access to education, democratic participation, and climate change. In many ways, the challenges are similar to what is at stake. We need to progress towards strategic autonomy. We need more sustainability on energy supply and raw materials. But if the challenges are similar, so is the base for our action. We need to stay united, defending our values. We need to refill the meaning of the word solidarity as unnegotiable value that cements our union. Geopolitical solidarity, social solidarity, intergenerational solidarity. And here allow me to highlight what I think are the three fundamental differences with respect to 70 years ago. Firstly, we need to rely more on science and innovation. Climate change, culture, entrepreneurship, without innovation we'll be not able really to fulfill all of these ambitions. Secondly, we need to drive a human-centric digital transformation of our social interaction. It's here. It's not anymore part of our future. And of course, third, I think that we need to foster more societal awareness of the challenges ahead. We listened to a very important word, equal responsibility. So I would like just to say that regard the first point, we need to rely much more on our talents, on our creativity. We need to invest much more in research and innovation, and I think that here as Europe we have something unique. We can lead in key areas of knowledge, such as energy, efficient alternative energy sources, but we need to develop advanced knowledge on new materials, reduce reliance. Really, when we talk about autonomy and independency, let's not just replace one dependency with another one, and that's a strategic question. For the second question, for the second aspect, yes, when we talk about digital and green transformations, for me, on one side, it's important to continue really to invest in all our bright researchers and innovators to have the technologies, the infrastructures, but we need to work for the trust of the society. That's something that we should address. And here, for me, education and skills have an extraordinary role to play. Yeah, maybe it's really time to talk about a global green Erasmus program, really to see how we can better join forces. And when we talk about education, let's not forget that during the pandemic, what we already have seen, it's really growing inequalities. There is a huge negative impact, and we need to continue to talk about accessibility for education and content, the quality of the education. Finally, when we talk about this societal awareness, yes, I think that we need to modernize our democratic foundations, including our citizens, and here in particular I think about our young generations. They don't want anymore only to share ideas, to be listened. They want to be engaged, not only in the decision making, but in the implementation of those decisions. And that's why I very much hope that one of the legacies of this European Year of Youth will be to propose a concrete tool how we can ensure that our young people that clearly show us how active they are, how talented they have ideas, can be there when we implement those ideas. That's the shared responsibility that we can have all together. Final word really for me on culture. Culture, it's our oxygen. Culture is really something that we need to pay much more attention, because culture express and allow to express the ideas of our talents, keyword. They help to acquire new skills, and we all know that if you'd like to face the new challenges of our societies, new skills and competencies should be there. And at the same time, culture leads to an innovation. That innovation is diverse and more inclusive, and that's what we need in our society. So you can see that's my position. I think that we have concrete drivers in our hands. Challenge is really to popularize them, to make them accessible for everyone. Of course, we need to insist a little bit more on innovation, and that's really my cause, because I think that all these talents can show us that innovation that can be here not for technologies. I'm always talking about deep tech as meaning deep, like deepest societal challenges. That's for me the new wave that we are witnessing, and that's why we need, together with our young people, to address them. So yeah, our work, I think that at the same time will be never accomplished. Our history says that the European Union is a long succession of steps. We were able to find renewed force and enthusiasm to overcome times of crisis. If we were able to reconstruct Europe 70 years ago, launching the daring project of a European Union will also succeed this time. Because for that, we are united, we have values, we have the extraordinary talented young people, and yes, because we have Friends of Europe asking us always those little bit surprising and disturbing questions that are the only way to continue to look at the right direction. Thank you
Maria,
very much.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I forgot to welcome our live stream audience who are kind of beaming in. So welcome to those of you who are watching us on live stream. And obviously, you can engage with the debate and say what you think of what you've just heard on hashtag State of Europe. You can, directly come into the conversation. Maria, thank you for those words. And so, as you said, part of our job is to ask those difficult questions. Is your college behind you on this agenda? When you look at it, and I know you're going to say yes, but you're not going to obviously in this audience say, right, our president's really a bit kind of on the side of this because she's worried about the budget and she's worried about other security matters. But genuinely, if the starting point for this conversation is about rethinking how we do business and who takes responsibility for a better society, how do you ensure that when you've got, we tend to have days for, as we heard last night from our brilliant authors, that, International Women's Day, loads of platitudes come out and then we move on. International Year or Year of Youth, and then you'll move on. What do you, if I could, and I know it's challenging, but it's important, what are the practical things that you are going to make sure happen as a result of this year? What kind of model or app or technology are you going to introduce to engage young people, not just this year, but on an ongoing basis? How are you going to make sure that actually this lovely idea of a global Erasmus, can you put that in place? Are you working on an international basis to make that happen? Because wherever you go, I mean, when we have an Africa-Europe Foundation, we know from speaking to young people in Africa that it would be fantastic. We know that from the Western Balkans, etc. How can you lead on something? So could you just respond specifically to those two challenging questions?
Yeah, I must say that there is something new in this commission, and that is in the continuity at the same time with the previous ones, is we have our Team Europe approach. That means that when we really decide to go in one direction, it's all the different commissioners that are touched in their respective portfolio that are working together. And yes, on this, we are united as Commission. What I would like to say for the legacy of the European Year of Youth, I would like really to stay coherent with myself. It's not possible always to say we want to listen to you and that's a bottom-up approach that we would like to apply, and at the same time to come and to say that will be the decision. No, no. What I continue to hear from our young people is the ideas, but yes, we have less than 2 months to identify what will be the main ideas that they would like to see applied, implemented, because that will make a difference. And allow me to share just two of them, and because that's a lot of voices that I already heard. It's really, on one side, to ban the unpaid internship, and that's young people that are a lot concerned. Or another idea is the youth test. That means that in every legislative proposal, you have to have an impact assessment, an analysis how this policy will affect young people, where they can intervene because there will be better results. Not easy, but what I see that our young people are very motivated. Here there is youth forum behind. Maybe what I would like to say, if you'd like to continue to raise the importance of one of your ideas, that's the youth portal. We have an interactive mapping, and we have even a tool at your disposal that is literally voice your vision. I listen every single message that is left here, and I'm sure that at the end of the year, with our young people, we'll be able to identify in a very short term what are the 2-3 main measures that will simply give them more confidence that the European Year of Youth will not stop on the 31st of December 22, and that's the main objective, to have this long-lasting impact, and I count very much on them for that.
Maria, thank you very much. This is not meant to be a traditional conference, by the way, because all of you are engaging in this, and speakers and discussants. There's an equality around this room. So don't hesitate to put your hand up or indicate to me if you want to respond to anything that Maria said, or you have your own idea about who should be responsible for building a better society. So please don't hesitate to do that. I'm going to turn our attention to the private sector. We've had a commission view, and I now want to invite Sven. Sven, you're chairman of the McKinsey Global Institute. You've been here before, and we're pleased to have you back, and we've worked with McKinsey on the notion of a renewed social contract. You've brought out some papers and reports in the past 12 months, and particularly most recently, about the implications of competition or otherwise, or the absence of it in Europe, and the fact that if it doesn't sort its act out in terms of bureaucracy, infrastructure, and innovation, Europe's going to still lag behind. In the context of who's responsible for building a better society, can you share with us your thoughts on what the private sector could do? A kind of a profit plus model, but not a corporate social responsibility model. This is about, how can the private sector be more of a stakeholder or a shareholder with government and others in building a better society?
Thank you, and I'll try to give an answer to that challenging question. I also want to thank our young leaders, because you represent what's to come. I want to thank you for your content, which is obvious and clear, but I also want to thank you for your passion and emotion which we all need in moments like this. I want to maybe, as a quarter Swiss, half German, quarter Dutch, say that I am a staunch European. I don't know how that mix came together, but here it is. But I want to bring us back to what I think the moment is that we live in, and is there any reference that actually is similar? And I look around the room here, and I don't see anyone with enough gray hair, or who has lost enough hair, to have been in that moment, with the exception maybe of Etienne Davignon, if he is here. Joe Biden might match that too, because in 1973, he became the youngest senator representing Delaware in the United States. I was 7 years old, and I was allowed to roller skate on the highway around the corner of my parents' house, because our parents were not allowed to drive their cars on a Sunday. It was called the Carb-Free Sunday, to conserve oil in the oil crisis. I don't know, probably some of you remember that. It wasn't rollerblading, by the way, because that wasn't invented, voicemail wasn't invented, and a few other things. And the reason why I'm saying this as the reference, it was a time where we had a very low interest rate monetary expansion, we had a fiscal expansion, and we had a very tight energy policy. And then OPEC hit. And that brought the energy prices up to something that, it fourfolded, and it took us a while to bring them down. Just for reference, it took us more than a decade to bring prices back to affordable levels. And then it took us another decade to actually resolve the geopolitics. And the geopolitics were China, they were Russia, they were and so on. So that actually then only started a 3-decade prosperous state. And it's important to bring this up, because when we looked at the social contract, and you can look at many, many things, can an artist be an artist? We just heard about that, and so on. But if you just look at the mundane stuff, which is, can people afford their lives and their livelihoods? Even pre-COVID and pre this moment, the data was always said, the middle class is squeezed. It's actually the bottom is doing pretty well, because the bottom incomes were rising faster than the middle class incomes. And of course, the rich were getting richer. I mean, that has been part of that story always. But if you correct the social contract in these affordability terms, and you add the cost of living, it's actually not the middle class that's squeezed. It's still, as it has always been, the lowest income quintiles that had the squeeze. Because housing, education, and energy, and a few other things, make the cost of living go up faster than their incomes went up. And we are now in a moment with this energy crisis, which translates into food through fertilization, which translates into every other product through petrochemicals, where the affordability is challenged even more. In the newspapers, you read 10% inflation. That's, by the way, not good for a social contract. I can tell you that, because that means people's pensions become worth less or not. But the bottom is not experiencing 10% inflation. It's experiencing 30 to 40. Energy is the most regressive tax that you can imagine. It is hurting the bottom the most. And I think one of the things that we will need to do in all the transitions that we want to do, be it the energy transition, be it housing transition, be it our living environment transition, where many innovations need to be brought, and to make our lives better, more sustainable, and inclusive. We cannot do that without also asking the question of affordability. And I think in most debates that are in rooms like this, and I include myself to blame, you can sit on Maslow 4 and 5, be well off, and I don't know whether all of you remember the Maslow pyramid, but at 4 or 5, that's the peak. Yeah, and you can sit at 4 and 5 and imagine 6. But for the majority of people in the world, it's 1, 2, and maybe 3, and even in Europe, for a large part of the population, it's 2, 3, and maybe a bit of 4. And if we don't think in all our efforts to change the world and contracts that we also have to solve for affordability, we're solving the wrong question. Energy and transition without affordability, not possible. Housing without, not possible. So what can the private sector do? And I'm here closing with where Maria ended. At the end of the day, the only way things get more affordable is innovation. And there's much innovation. And I'll just be very optimistic. This moment is tough, and I hope we're going to do much better than the 70s. We're not going to take a decade and a decade to solve it, but we're going to take 3 years in terms of not having solved it all, but is be on a path to solve it. Affordable housing is actually possible. In the world, there are 17 experiments that show how you can bring the price of housing down by a factor 10, make it more sustainable, and so on. We should just scale that innovation. It's known that nuclear is a safer, more reliable backup power than wind, solar, and a couple of things. If we actually would scale the new nuclear, and by the way, many other new energies, we would actually get to affordable backup power that actually is sustainable and green. And you might not like nuclear, then take another innovation. But I think this is another area of innovation. And you can go basically segment by segment by segment. And this is the point that I made on Europe. One problem that we have in Europe is we optimize lots of stuff, but Europe has handicaps. We don't have our own energy and our own material services at the scale that the United States or China and so on have. Europe is more fragmented, that's the beauty. Languages, camembert, panna cotta, it's all great. And I love it. It's the thing I love, but I want to keep it. And we will have to keep it by making sure, and you might find this odd for somebody who does work with corporations, I do, but I also work with governments and institutions. The average European company is not profitable enough to invest. And you might say profits are bad, these are the greedy people and so on. That's not actually true. Do you know where the profits of corporations go? To all your pensions. To all your pensions. That's where they go. But if they're not profitable enough, they actually don't invest. And so let's take a very small example. Not a single wind turbine maker at this moment is profitable. That's why they're closing. Well, we want to go to wind. And we will have to add to the innovation things that Maria said, which I fully support, because innovation is where the private sector can contribute on all the fronts that we want to innovate. But you will have to create the conditions that they have the incentives to invest, which are not there yet. If somebody sits in a boardroom, and I'll just say it, and they looks at the profitability map of the world, you put your money in China and the US, and not in Europe. That's why the R&D percentage in Europe is 2%, not 4%. That's why the capex percentage in Europe is 6, not 8. And so we will have to take this machine, because at the moment, the machine called business, the private sector, produces 70% of our outcome, 70% of our jobs, 70% of the financial energy, and so on. We will have to rekindle this thing towards the innovations that we wanted to do. But it has to have the incentives to invest, because without investment, you don't get the innovative future. And if we don't create the incentives to invest, this will not happen in Europe. It might happen in the US, it might happen in China, it might happen in Brazil, or it might be happening in many other places, but not in Europe. And for the love of Europe, I just want to say the golden age is possible. The innovations that we need to drive the golden age are there. We just need to set up our system that it has the incentives to do them and to put the money in to where it needs to go. Thank you.
Sven, before Maria goes, because she has and obviously, yes. An excellent appraisal and assessment of where we stand, and also the flick back, the rear view mirror to where we come from. But actually, that reference point is no longer relevant to where we find ourselves today. But it's a good reference point to think about the trajectory, the time scale that's required to rebuild or have progressive change. What you say about innovation is not new. We know in Europe, good at bringing ideas forward, but then it goes to US that has a different structure of bureaucracy to scale. And Europe doesn't do it. So we know this problem. What would you say to Maria and Team Europe? What will change things? What do they actually need to do specifically? As we hear this time and time again, innovation. When Europe always says, kind of self-flagellating, that we're not good at scale up. How do we tip or trip the wire and to make it more innovation and scale up competent? And the second thing about profit, you say it goes to pensions. Not all of the profit does, obviously, because I could hear people go, oh, no, that's not everything, that's not the truth. Absolutely, you need profit to be able to build the pensions, given the demographics we have. But very specifically, in terms of the private sector, what would you say that needs to change in terms of the relationship between private sector players and people who are in the Commission, like Maria? So the first question is, how do you make it? Let's give a specific idea that we could build on, that Maria
So
can take back to Team College, Team Europe?
So I think Team Europe, as the history of 51 that Maria was starting with, has done some miraculous things. I actually think the most beautiful thing of Europe is the 4 principles. They are big and beautiful. And a lot of what we have now, why Eastern Europe could come to us in a good way, and we had labor flexibility, capital flexibility, these 4 principles actually work. On the market for innovation, we don't have the completeness of these principles. So, for example, if you are a startup, and we just heard a story about ice cream in Belgium, but you want to start a bank that operates across Europe, you have one IBAN number, but you have to still code it 27 times. So if you are a CEO of a startup bank, and I've talked to people who are actually leading startup banks, they are still deciding, I go to the US because I code once. Their cost to innovate is like 20 times. And I'm not talking about the bureaucracy is there too, so you work on the bureaucracy, but the big one is, can you first have a truly one market for innovation? Second, innovation has a lot to do with M&A, because at some point you scale up, somebody did something in Amsterdam, somebody did something in Stockholm, somebody did something in Munich, and then it turns out to be the same. It's better to smash together, make it bigger, and make it bigger faster to be able to compete with the large players from China. So the current M&A market in Europe is going country by country. As a result, where we are is country by country, we are similarly consolidated as the US, but at European level, we are not even close to the same level of consolidation. As a result, the scale to invest and the scaling mechanisms that you can create to actually create these companies that have driven the progress in the United States, whether it's in pharma, whether it's in tech or something, is not possible in Europe. And so I think, and we can then go to the market for money, and we can go to many other markets. I think if Europe would do the equivalent of the 4 principles on a few other market mechanisms, you could unleash the system to actually do a lot that we actually all desire. What we typically do on average, and it's not to blame, is to say we should do this and we fund it a little bit. But it's not to unleash the system to get where it needs to go. So that to me would be, and so what can the private sector do in cooperation with government? I think the challenges that we face now are really complex and they're system designs. The biggest one, climate, you actually have to know about the pipes. You actually have to know about which pipe goes to the Ludwigshafen site of BASF, how is it covered, and so on. And down to that detail. You cannot state plan the detail, but you have to be aware of the detail when you make the big plan. And at the moment what's happening is we're exchanging big targets and big conversation, but we're not exchanging the detail. And without exchanging the detail, the transition in energy, the transition in affordable housing will be so humongously expensive that we cannot pay for it. But if you transact the detail, you will find that, for example, 25% of emissions can be solved for €5 a ton. That fact sits in lots of companies that can do their scope 1 or 2 for 25% for €5 a ton. 75% of companies can do all their emissions for €5 a ton. But the detail of that issue is not transacted. If you don't transact that detail, you can't move the machine forward on this issue. And so to me, the opportunity is to actually talk the reality of how the world works, rather than just big plans and big targets.
Thank you very much, Sven. I know I'm running out of time hideously, and there's quite a few of you who want to contribute, which I'm going to bring in, but thank you for that. But I suppose one of the key issues is that we've got MasterCard here in this room, we've got Vodafone, and yourselves and others, and it's really striking. A lot of these companies sit on intelligence and data. That's phenomenal. I mean, the phenomenal intelligence they have. But what you hear consistently is they're not able to share it with government. And when we realize that 70% of infrastructure in Europe is in the hands of the private sector, ladies and gentlemen, and it's shocking that we don't have scenario planning and working together in terms of sharing that intelligence more effectively. Because, as you say, we need to really do the planning and the detail, not from state down, but in a different way. We have people who have had their hands up. So they're there. Can I have a mic over here? Just over there? And I'm going to have to ask you all to be very, very brief, but Please do introduce yourself. No, just behind you.
Hi, my name is Laura Sullivan. I'm from an organisation called We Move Europe. And I just want to say thank you a lot to Friends of Europe for bringing a degree of honesty and humanity and emotion into this room. And it is the Hall of Mirrors, and it feels like a certain kind of mirror is being held up to the soul of Europe this morning, which is a very positive thing. And I want to keep holding up the mirror. So I came here 21 years ago with a rucksack full of self-doubt on my back as a commission stagiaire, and saw for the first 5 years of my career how corporations really ruled the roost when it comes to the legislative process in the EU. And over the last 21 years of being here, it hasn't changed. In fact, it's deepened. And I want to be very brief. I see you looking at your watch, and that's fair enough. But in terms of what is the role of the corporate sector, Anya talked a lot about urgency. The other thing that gets people in Europe going is hope. And what I'd love to do is come back to this room and the Hall of Mirrors in a year's time and have a lot more hope that would be generated by the corporate sector, whether it is about fighting for regulation and not self-regulation, but regulation that brings in place tax justice, climate justice, that tackles inequality, because people are going to die this winter in Europe. We all know it. We're just waiting for it to happen. And it feels a bit like that film, Don't Look Up, is not just a climate comet coming at us, but also an inequality comet coming at us. So I would love the corporates who are not the ones that are pushing the European Commission to deregulate, to kick the asses of their colleagues and make sure that they behave themselves when it comes to what is a time bomb on inequality.
Laura, thank you for that. Thank you. And no, I didn't mean to. I was looking at my watch to stop you. Just I'm so hideously running over.
It's fair enough.
I'm hideously running over. And I've got colleagues looking at me. You can see them all coming saying, you've got to stop. And I'm not going to right now. I'm going to crave your indulgence to continue for a little bit longer and eat into your coffee break. I'm really sorry. Please, do introduce yourself.
My name is Caroline Balderud. I'm a deep tech entrepreneur and investor, EYL 40 as well. I want to come back to the question of whose responsibility it is to build a better Europe, and I think we need to remember that any organization or structure is made up of individuals, and it's each of our responsibility to do our best to make things better. That means we vote with our behavior, we vote with our attention and our wallets. And to do that properly, it really requires transparency so that we understand what choices we're actually making, so we can make informed choices. And that's a huge policy and technology challenge. So we don't just get overloaded with all the information, because then obviously we can't make that informed choice to make the world better. And I think a very important part of the solution is pricing in externalities. So finding ways that the consumption we do and the behaviors we have are priced according to the actual cost they have to the environment, to society. That's a mechanism that really creates those right incentives for research, for innovation, for those solutions to climate and other questions, which links into what Maria and Sven were talking about regarding a mechanism to combine kind of the private sector and policy. And I think that's hopeful, and I hope we move in that direction. Thank you.
And so, thank you very much for that. So, in your idea about using the pricing structure, will that just not deepen inequality?
Well, if you price in the things that are important, and that has to be, of course, decided exactly what that is, then pricing in things like the cost to the environment, carbon emissions and such, should make less equality rather than more. And similarly, you could price in social inequality and other types of discrimination.
See what the people in the room make of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving to your right.
Hi everyone, my name is Nicholas Bryan. I'm the chairman of the European Startup Network, and I wanted to friendly disagree with you. I've never really liked the word private sector or corporate sector, because I do believe we are not talking about the same world. Startups, they cannot afford McKinsey, and our reality tends to be very, very different from the one from the big corp, and that was expressed a little bit earlier. You mentioned the link between profit and innovation. Startups do innovate a lot. They don't make a single dime of profit. I hear the British Conservatives right now being very willing about cutting corporate taxes. The last time I talked to them, I told them, we don't pay corporate taxes. So you're not going to do anything for startup innovation if you cut corporate taxes. What you can do is actually divest a lot of this money, the corporate tax rate, into meaningful innovation, climate tech, green tech, meaningful deep tech. That is totally not contradictory with paying good pensions for our elderly people. If we look at the 3 biggest industries in Europe, Sweden, Germany, France, these 3 countries contribute the most to pensions. And still, they are very innovative and industrial. So my question is very simple, is why don't we just change a little bit the perspective and the game? We've been focusing very much over the past years on unicorns. We want to create $1 billion valuation startups. Can we focus on gigacorns? Companies, startups that are able to take out gigatons of carbons out of the atmosphere. That will be my only question for Commissioner Gabriel and Usman.
But can I, so this is not a classic conference style, so I'm going to challenge you. What do you want from Maria? What do you want from, what's your policy idea? If you had the opportunity to say, and she says, I'm putting aside, you know, a million or 100 million, what's the thing you'd like, what's the policy thing you'd want her to follow or to persuade the Commission to take forward?
I'm very conflicted with Maria because she's my favorite commissioner.
You are a sycophant. You can see that, you know, innovator, you know, this is where it comes to...
I mean, Maria is a very talented lady. She has many qualities. She speaks French. And I mean, her portfolio is, to me, the exact answer to your question. She is commissioner for youth, education, culture, and innovation. And the biggest challenge to us is how many young people do we train in tech universities to produce meaningful innovation? How do we make this connection? Today, we are training a lot of business school people, producing a lot of very nice fintech. How many engineers are going to produce meaningful climate tech in the coming years? To me, that's the biggest challenge to Maria.
I get a sense you've got a grant outstanding, haven't you, from the Commission? I will bring you in a moment because I've got so many other people who want to come in. But before I do, and I know, Maria, you need to go, and I'm more than happy for you to kind of respond to some of this, but that wasn't actually a policy idea. It's just saying you've got a great portfolio that connects the things together. But what I was looking for is what should she do with that? That's, okay, all right, go on then. You, very quickly.
No, it's very brief. I want a basic income across Europe for artists like Francesca.
Okay. Right. There you go. So I know there's quite a few who've got their hands up, but I really need to be conscious of time. But also we've got a contribution that perhaps again takes a different angle. And I know Maria, you need to go, don't you? Okay, go on.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. Well, first I must say that Nikolai is one of my most favorite next generation of innovators. Thank you very much. It's true. When we talk about innovation, I think that we have to seize the chance that for the first time, one commissioner is responsible and for research innovation and for education, culture, and youth. And that's why we need to bring those two worlds closer together, the world of innovation and education. And believe me, it's not spontaneous, it's not obvious. For that, two concrete initiatives. First, in the month of June, I created the European Network of Innovative Universities. And these universities will apply the idea that I already defended in the European Strategy for Universities. We have to have incubators at universities. Our young entrepreneurs should not face all these difficulties after leaving the university. They can really help us to change the mentality in Europe, saying that when you fail, that's an experience and it's not a fatality, if we start with this at the level of university. The second initiative, and that's part of our new European innovation agenda, we are very ambitious. We would like to train 1 million deep tech talent by 2025. I launched the initiative less than 3 months after the adoption of the new European agenda, just 2 weeks ago. So my demand today is very clear. Every one of us, even in this room, can contribute to this. If we really don't invest in our talents now, in 5 years, it will be later, because I firmly believe that the most fierce competition in the 21st century, that will be the competition for talents. And in Europe, we have plenty of talents. We have not to talk about brain drain, we have to talk about circulation of talents, and we need to offer, not to retain them, but to offer them the conditions and the environment in order to choose to stay and to develop their ideas in Europe. I would like to answer to the question of the basic income. We have to adopt a step-by-step approach. First, before talking about this, we need to address the issue of the status of artists in Europe. We don't have a common definition. We don't have a common framework. I raised this issue 2 years ago. There is only 4 member states that for the moment are positive, but with some of them we already started to explore, like Portugal, for example. They are really the pioneer on this. Now the pilot project started last year. I'm following this very closely. If we see that that works, that subject that is very positive, count on me to continue to raise this issue. Without really paying attention to this question of the statute of our artists, it will be never possible to go to the next step. In between, one novelty for all our artists, because we know Creative Europe program is cooperation projects. For the first time since last week, dear artists and creators, you have a new program that I put in place, Culture Moves Europe. The next 3 years, we would like to offer individual mobility experience for individual artists and
within European Union, but in presidential elections in 2020 in Belarus. First of all, I would like to say that we all know that Belarus is taking part in the aggression against Ukraine. But whether we like it or not, we have to admit, in Russia, President Putin, he is still legitimate president. That's why population of Russia needs to be accountable for what's happening in the Ukraine. On the other hand, in Belarus, we have completely different picture because President Lukashenko, we don't call him president any longer, he forged the elections, he reached the elections 6 times in a row. It happened in 2020. These elections in Belarus in 2020 demonstrated that this person doesn't have any support inside of the country. In the beginning of the campaign, he got rid of the 3 strong candidates. So our elections in Belarus were reached from the day 1. 2 of the candidates were put in the prison immediately, Sergei Tikhanovsky and Viktor Babaryka. My husband, Valery Tsepkal, he had to live in exile. Because in our country, you cannot survive if you are in opposition. You either end up in the prison or in exile. So this is when I gave my support to Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, and together with Maria Kolesnikova, we challenged the dictator Lukashenko. He didn't expect it. He was scared. He didn't know what to do. And then the election came, and probably all the Europe or the entire world witnessed what happened in Belarus. When we started the election, there were only 50 political prisoners in Belarus. As of today, 2 years later, 2.5 almost years later, the situation in Belarus deteriorated completely. As of today, we have more than 1,600 political prisoners. Out of these 1,600 political prisoners, we have 200 female political prisoners, and 232 more are under partial or home arrest. In Belarus, 45,000 people went through prisons, which is an absolute record for any European country after the World War II. We lost, if I talk about my family, for example, we lost everything in Belarus. Our apartment is under arrest. Our house is under arrest. My salary account is under arrest. Our cars, all the property is under arrest. Moreover, the dictator gave the order to ruin our house. So now we don't have a place where to go back. And we have 2 little children, and we need to survive somewhere, somehow, in one of the European countries, as I said. But compared to what other Belarus people lost, because many people lost their lives, many people lost their freedom, their health, their loved ones, yes, we didn't lose much. That's why we don't lose our hope. We understand that we need, no matter what, no matter that You know, like we see this horrifying war in Ukraine. And we are very compassionate. By the way, the people of Belarus do not support this war because during the Soviet Union, many family members, you know, moved from country to country. Many family members, even in our case, live in Ukraine. So how can we live? How can we kill our neighbors, our family neighbors, our colleagues, our co-workers? This is not possible. But this person, he made everything possible to pull Belarus into this nonsense war. Therefore, 2 years after elections, we need to do something. Because right after we left Belarus in 2020, we dispersed. I mean, because we used to be united. The opposition of Belarus used to be united when we were in Belarus. But when we left the country, because as I said, many people, more than approximately 1 million people population left the country out of 10 million people. So we are dispersed. We do not work on the regular basis anymore. And we need to do something differently. What we all know, all dictators are very afraid of the surveys. And they're more afraid of the elections. We understand that since it's been 2 years and the situation is deteriorating in the country, we need to embrace another approach. Otherwise, we're not going to achieve anything in our country. So we appeal to international community, we appeal to EU countries to help us to conduct online elections. Because there are a couple of cases, worldwide cases, when online elections took place, for example, in Tibet. But in Tibetan case, only people who live in exile take part of these elections. But in our case, we would like to engage all people in Belarus to take part in these elections, because for 28 years, we were deprived any right to choose the person we want to. That's why we ask EU countries, just be a role example for us. Because most of the EU countries, you have parliamentary republics, and we would like to embrace parliamentarism in our case as well, because we are tired of the dictatorship for 28 years, because Lukashenko, he rewrote the constitution of Belarus, and he made his power practically limitless. So please be a role example for us. Please help us to conduct these online elections, because I personally work in one of the IT companies, and I know using the modern technologies, using the online technologies, we can do online elections. And we believe this is the only way to change the situation in Belarus. Please support us financially. Please support us informationally. Please be our example, and don't let us, by ourselves, but don't let us fight this by alone. Please stay with us.
Veronika, thank you very much. And again, as I started with at the beginning, this wasn't meant to be voyeuristic. It wasn't just to be listening to Veronika. It was more about being able to understand notions of comparative advantage that we live in, but also to be served up with a reminder of the role that we need to play, but also what's around us in our neighborhood, and the fact that actually what we've learned from Ukraine is that if we had taken different decisions in relation to expansion and or private sector contracts, we might not be here. Let's make sure that we think about what the implications of leaving Belarus alone if we don't take action, if we don't show solidarity. And that's the question for all of us in this room and elsewhere in Europe. I want to close off with a couple of more contributions, because I've eaten into, and thank you very much for that, I've eaten into the break time. But if anyone wants to make a contribution, a burgeoning, are you still, okay, sorry. Over here, please. Do introduce yourself. Oh, actually, you don't need a mic. You've got the mic, yeah.
Camilla Bruckner, and I represent the UN towards the European Union. And I want to go back to the overall question, who is responsible for lifting us out of these crises? And essentially, we all are, as somebody else mentioned earlier. We are as individuals, we are as corporations, we are as civil society, as governments. But we each have a role, even in our daily lives, and how we do our consumption patterns and energy use, and et cetera, and how we act in our professional roles. Now, how do we then unite around a plan that we can all agree on and be inspired by? And we're asking here today, what should we do? But we already have a plan. We have a fantastic plan. We have the biggest peace plan that was ever created by the international community, by all world leaders in this, on this planet, and that is the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030. I've heard nobody mention this so far, and yet it is a common framework for all stakeholders, for all individuals to guide us of where the solutions lie. Recently, the General Assembly and the Secretary General agreed also on what we call the common agenda, or our common agenda, which is a set of measures to help accelerate our pattern of behavior, investments, and focus around accelerating these Sustainable Development Goals. I myself have worked with them since they were adopted in 2015 by all world leaders, I should say. And not only, just a little comma, not only all world leaders agreed to this, but actually we mobilized populations around this agenda. The agenda was in fact already shaped before the government negotiators sat around the table and agreed to this plan. So there is a phenomenal popular support to this agenda, which is a very powerful tool when you are from governments that do not necessarily follow the wish of the populations. There is a plan that they support here as well, and can hold their governments responsible to. But I just want to reflect also on the role of the private sector, because that is an enormous responsibility that they carry, as also individuals, I have to say. And here, again, the Sustainable Development Goals can act as a phenomenal guidance of a strategic direction and market. If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, it is our future market. It has identified where are the needs, where are the things we need to solve, and the solutions will come also from private sector. I have worked with private sector in trying to create business solutions from this agenda, and it is actually possible. We worked with 32 companies in Denmark, where actually private sector push the government there to adopt an action plan. It was not the government who pushed these Sustainable Development Goals. It was the private sector who asked the government, please provide the frameworks and incentives for us to embark on this plan. So it is possible for all to dissect their own roles out of this agenda. And I just appeal that we put that back into the center of our attention, because it will help us communicate. It will help us work together. It forces us to look at holistic solutions, because you cannot address just one issue at a time. You need to look at these things in an integrated manner to address both climate, inequality, growth, consumption, etc.
Sure. No, thank you for that. And you make the point well in terms of where are they now. But isn't part of the question that we're asking as friends of your own in this debate about how do we rethink stuff differently, right? And who's responsible for society? Isn't part of the problem that the SDGs and what we have currently, we have this whole framework of COP. No one's actually accountable for it. There isn't a process whereby people are held to account. There isn't, it's basically good advice and good sense and a commitment and good words. But actually, if you were to speak to the people that Sven was talking about, in terms of even despite the time lag between that period in the 70s and now, it's going to be the poorest households that will continue to face the burden. The SDGs aren't speaking to them. COP27 that's coming up, again, fine words will happen, but when you speak to communities in Africa and elsewhere, they think, great, you have this massive jamboree like you have for the SDGs, but actually nothing tangible happens. And I suppose for me and for us is that how do you stop this sense of people coming together globally at huge expense of the taxpayers' money, actually, but actually nothing changes. So that's not for you to respond to now, but it's for all of us to reflect on that. We participate in it. We think, great, there's been a leader, a global agreement, and so what? Because actually, the bottom 30, the bottom 40 continue to be the bottom 30 and 40 in terms of economic outcomes. Very briefly, because I need to close down, you've 60 seconds. Introduce yourself.
Hello. Yeah, I am Xavier. I'm an entrepreneur, European young leader. I would love to do an invitation, because indeed we are in this hall, like Laura said, in this hall of mirrors. Actually, who is responsible for change? So all of us. And so what's interesting is that I would like to ask you, what have you changed in your own life in the past 5 years? How can we embody the change that we want to see in the world. If we reduce our energy consumption, if we reduce the number of metal we need to move in the city, and all of that. When you talk about innovation, actually, most innovations are already here, right in front of us. We refuse to look at them. We always look elsewhere. There are tiny houses. How many of you have tried a tiny house? What? We are only 2 in this entire 3? Come on, try. It's fun. It's great. Like the future where we use less energy is going to be awesome. Seriously, you should try. How many of you are biking to go on holidays or to go to work? All right, that's better, and it's getting better by the year, so that's great. We need to embody that. How many of you are working in a cooperative? Okay, that also, we need to make that number higher. We need to experience this new world. Okay. We have plenty of already hardware innovation. We already have software innovation with the blockchain and so on. The next step of innovation we need is socialware. We need to change, to innovate how we can redistribute wealth and all of that. So thank you.
Take over the coffee break, and with those challenges, please feel free to pass the mic to your left. Very briefly. And again, I need you to be...
Hi, my name is Jacob Hessner. I'm an entrepreneur based in Paris. I'd like to react to your comment on the startups, which I'd say maybe is a bit of startup romanticism. And I think, to me, there are 3 points. One is we need scale. Whether it comes through startups that do M&A, it doesn't matter, but the technology needs to scale, and that in Europe we are not good at. The second, I think, is the fallacy of microeconomics pricing of externalities. If we increase the price of diesel because we say, yes, we increase the externalities to have people move to electric cars, that's very true for urban people like us. If you are in the bottom 20% and you need to go to work because you cannot use a tram or a bus or a bike, you are being excluded. It's basically just raising a tax on you. And that's what creates Gilets jaunes. And answering these problems requires a different kind of approach. And the third point is capital productivity. What the problem of the profits, the problem of the pensions is the money is not being invested enough. We do not have high enough capital productivity, and that results in too low spending on R&D, too low spending on innovation at a systemic level. The numbers are what they are. We do in Europe spend half of what Americans and Chinese spend on innovation and R&D.
Indeed.
Any way you can turn it, and that's because the capital productivity is too low because we spend too much on direct transfer rather than investing. And that's just a fact.
Thank you. I'm going to conclude. I promise you I'm going to conclude, but I'm going to give the floor to 2 women to end our conversation, and then you can have coffee. The first one is Lindsay, and then I'm going to go to Amer, and I'm really, really pleased that you can conclude our conversation afterwards.
Actually,
Lindsay,
thank
do
you.
Introduce yourself.
So, Lindsay Nefish-Clark, and I'm a European young leader. I'm a social entrepreneur, and I work on girls and women's digital inclusion, equality, and leadership. Actually, I was totally unprepared, but I'm going to ask a question, and I don't want to put Sven on the spot. I really appreciated the fact that this session has underscored the socio-economic inequality in Europe that is already a major problem and a ticking time bomb. And we all know that inequality breeds discontent, xenophobia, demagogues, fascists, war. So I don't want to put you on the spot, Sven, but it was a very refreshing presentation that you gave on the part of McKinsey and from the private sector about inequality and deepening inequality and what lies ahead, the winter. I would like to know what you think the role should be of corporates to push for greater tax justice, to bring greater social justice.
Okay, before you answer, I'm going to go to Anna.
Thank you.
Do again introduce yourself.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting to talk about consumption-based emissions and how you can use the procurement power for regions, for cities, then you can come to the details as well. And how you can combine startups with private companies, the larger one on a global scale. And one problem we see is that cities or regions or even on national level don't know about the innovations. They don't know what's out there. So they don't know what to ask for. So we have all these problems and challenges. So if we work with innovation-based procurements, we can use our purchasing power that's huge on a global scale to actually also to find the best solutions and innovations that are there, but we are not aware who's sitting at the power. So I think that also is something that we could use more for the future.
And you're a mayor of a significant city. Are you saying that mayors, the network is not accessing this kind of information and intelligence?
No, not at all. I mean, many innovations are there, but they are not asked for. Okay. If it comes to CO2 and cement or concrete, or there's so much when it comes to climate solutions that not aware, because it's so much. So that's why we have to ask.
Anna, thank you. I can see there's an opportunity for a business model here, Sven, in terms of working with the network of mayors in Europe. An opportunity. No, but I'm really doing some good in terms of what you were just talking about. But over to you, just for a final comment.
You really want to answer the question on tax, but I'm happy to talk about it. But I'm not sure tax will solve the day. And I'm not, let me try to make a point. So you could say for climate, let's do a carbon tax. It's very easy why it doesn't exist. Because if you were to implement it, it would be so regressive and it would be so expensive that the current price that we're experiencing is too low. This price is not the problem for the rich, even if you tax them more. This price is a price for the bottom. The bottom cannot afford this energy price. And there's no tax that you can wage that actually will solve it for the bottom. It's just not big enough.
Sorry, I wasn't actually referring to that. I was talking more about corporate tax.
Yeah, so corporate tax, I think that has a different issue. I think you can put the tax rate at any level as long as that tax rate doesn't make your industry uncompetitive versus the rest of the world. And the problem is we are in a global race for tax. So I think if you have a global policy that says the tax in the whole world is either 15, 20, 35, I'm fine. But if you handicap Europe, which is already handicapped on many fronts, by a tax that in Europe, you will have to do all the other stuff, which is barriers, which means no products from China, no products from anywhere else, because otherwise, and that's just how it's going to work, because people...
Unless you rethink things, unless we had a lot of comments today about externalities and regulation. I mean, it takes innovative thinking, but I'm getting more at that.
No, but I think if you want to do an externality tax, first of all, you have to understand whether the externality tax is high, so high that the willingness to pay for climate of the average consumer in the world right now is between €1 and €10 a month. The price is 100-fold of that. Okay, so that's the reason why that tax is not transacting. It's not because you couldn't put the tax on. The carbon tax is very easy. You just put it on. It's actually very easy to do. But the politics is not there yet that the people are willing to pay for that price. And so that's just on the size. Then you can do other taxes in Europe. If you put certain taxes in Europe, you will have to compensate that other countries don't put those taxes. So you'll have to be creative to put taxes on China or something like that, so tariff barriers and all that kind of stuff, which is something that Europe actually wanted to move away for to have a competitive industry. So I think, again, I cannot transact all the details, and I know people don't like me to say this kind of stuff, but the reality in this stuff is details. And we can have a detailed conversation between private and business. What might be appropriate taxes that would work, that also allow you to still have an industry? And that debate should be had. And there, of course, private needs to play its role, as business needs to play its role, but you can't just say, raise the tax, and then stuff will be fine.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm not saying you do, but I'm just saying it's the details that will have to solve this.
Thank you.
Okay. We're getting to it now. That's the point of this session. Colleagues, that's it. I've overrun significantly, so I'm on my knees, as my colleague has said. My knees to my colleagues, I do apologize. I've buggered up the whole day, in effect. But I hope you felt it was worth it. You have a very good set of contributions, and I hope that you've been sufficiently stimulated and your thinking has been provoked to move us forward into the rest of the day. This was meant to be opening up big questions, and I hope you feel that we did that. Thank you all very much, and we have now a coffee break for 20 minutes. So, you still have that time to network and talk to us. Thank you all very much, and thank you to our discussants who contributed. Thank you.
Tom.
Hello.
It's just you press.
Perfect.
And then
If
you're
I'm
on.
talking normally and softly like this, can you hear me, Fanny? If I'm talking like this?
You can approach it and you just speak over the microphone.
Like this if I'm talking? Okay. So not directly directional over.
Yeah.
But if he's, because he's a bit taller than me.
He's taller.
So it would be kind of like this probably for him. Like that. And then he could just speak direct.
Yeah.
All right.
Push the button.
the cultural heritage isn't about museums and history books. It's about the nation's identity, about the country's right to exist. So that's a crucial task, and one that we knew we needed to act on at incredible speed and scale to preserve the 29,000 cultural sites in Ukraine identified by the Smithsonian Institute. That's a lot of sandbags and a lot of packing tape if you want to protect each and every one of those. So we thought we needed to bring an element of innovation. And we had this thought. We back up family photos, work files, and important documents. Could we back up the country's heritage? And like all good ideas, that sounds nonsense, completely stupid until you solve it. Then it sounds obvious. And we found our solution in this piece of software used by game developers and like 3D designers when they create virtual environments, and you need to put a rock or tree or wall or whatever in there. Instead of building that from the ground up, pixel by pixel, somebody figured out a way that you could just use your phone and go out there and copy an existing one and put it into the environment that you had. And we thought there must be a more important application of this than video games. So we tried pointing it at a statue. And what you're seeing here is a piece of machine learning. Should start? Doesn't. That maps the texture and every sort of point on the surface of this. And what it gives us is a model, a 3D model. It should be moving here. Oh, here we go. With scale, with proportion, with depth, texture, orientation, location data. And just for context, this is the kind of model that used just 5 years ago to take like professional equipment, expert training, days of work, and now everyone with a phone can do it in just 5 minutes. It's not perfect, but it's tremendous result compared to just like what we had a few years ago. So fast forward 3 weeks, a bunch of stuff that I won't bore you with. We managed to get the developers of this technology, UNESCO Denmark and Blue Shield, to form a consortium, launch this freely to everyone in Ukraine with a total budget of 0.0 kronos.
Сейчас закинем метро, и мы кончились, поэтому если сбор денег снова...
What we're seeing here is an attempt by Putin to wipe out.
UNESCO is incredibly concerned, of course, and will be holding a special session, and there is great fear that Russia will try to simply wipe it out.
Minister of Culture and Information Policy. I'll note that he is inside Ukraine.
So this is Untitled monument. I decided to scan it to preserve it forever.
These monuments, they define us. We grew up with them. We will not allow anyone to take this away from us. This is our culture.
So, thank you.
So you look as if you want to make one final sentence of commentary before...
I have way more. I can do it really quick. I think, yeah. this grew a lot bigger than we initially thought it would. Like, it was a thought experiment. We now have 50,000 people who downloaded the app to contribute. We were very happy when we reached 250 statues, because that's as many as MoMA in New York has collected since the 90s. We're at 35,000 scans now, and all of it, of course, has been driven by a story that went around the earth. I will skip ahead a little bit to the thing that I initially promised, which is, if you're in politics, in leadership, in NGOs, you're probably very used to thinking in a communication mindset, right? One where we think of messages, we think of audiences, and ultimately the goal of that, the change that we're trying to create, is inside the mind of other people. So like, the end stage is asking somebody to change their opinion or to change their action on something. But what we found out with this project was a new way of thinking about sort of like digital interventions, one where we think of ourselves more as facilitators, where we are not as concerned with messages, but think in tools and new digital tools, and not thinking in audiences, but in partners and volunteers, which ultimately leads us to an end game, not of prompting or convincing, but enabling new forms of action. And I think we should stop there, but if you ever want to hear more about what that is, do hit me up. I have a bunch of examples up my sleeve.
So that is an admirable project in which you've clearly mobilized a large percentage of the Ukrainian population. It's great that you can preserve the cultural heritage digitally. I may hope that as much as the real physical objects, of course, can be saved as well, but you can back up a country online. So thank you very much for taking us through that. It's a good example of the theme we're going to explore now, which is exactly what the role of civilian, civil society, private sector can be in dealing with these conflicts. Thank you again. And you're around for anybody who wants to come and talk to you later on and ask you more questions about how you achieved all of that. So now we go to our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, so much of the presentation of Ukraine in the media has emphasized the traditional aspects of war, which old folks like me from the 20th century easily recognize: shelling, artillery, mobilization of troops, digging in behind fortified bases and the rest, contesting air superiority, trying through sheer mass and persistence to break the will of the adversary. But there's been a 21st aspect to all of this as well. I mentioned it at the beginning, the unprecedented mobilization of the civilian civil society, the private sector, the resilience of the Ukrainian people in the face of all of this, the generosity of so many EU citizens welcoming Ukrainian refugees and displaced people into their homes, organizing food packages, the cyber hacktivists who have joined the cyber army of Ukraine in helping to protect the country from Russian cyber attacks, the whole helping with the strategic communications, the litany goes on. But whereas we can sort of pretty much evaluate the impact, unfortunately all too destructive, of the traditional warfare, it's harder to know exactly what the impact of this other side has been. Has it made a real difference? Will it be a decisive factor in determining the outcome at the end? What kind of ethical challenges does it throw up in terms of whether governments should encourage this kind of civilian engagement? Yes, go and launch a cyber attack against Russia with our benediction, or not encourage that kind of behavior. War is conducted by states, so please, citizens, leave it to the state to do with recognized rules of engagement. Don't take conflict into your own hands. We'll try to explore these questions today. We've got four of the best. Really delighted to introduce them. First of all, although by video link from Kiev, the first Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, Yulia Sviridenko. We were very much hoping that the Deputy Prime Minister could be with us today, but obviously difficult times in Ukraine, totally understandable that she has been kept back in Kiev, but she's very kindly recorded a video intervention for us in which I asked her, and I hope she's going to do this because I haven't seen the video yet, to look at this whole question of what lessons she feels that Ukraine has for the rest of us in terms of organizing the resilience of civil society and the population. So we'll go to her. although she hasn't been able to come in person, she has very kindly sent her Deputy Minister of the Economy, who is there just in front of me. Sir, you are extremely welcome today, and I'm sure that in the questions and answers you'll come in and amplify what the First Deputy Prime Minister has said. I'm also delighted to welcome my friend and colleague of 30 years standing from NATO, James Apachurai. James is currently the Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Emerging Security Challenges. He takes a very keen interest in all of this. James has sort of occupied many of the positions that I once occupied, which means on the one hand I'm incredibly flattered that he finds my old jobs sufficiently interesting to want to do them himself, but I'm also terribly anxious that he's going to do them much better than I ever did and put me to shame. But James, I'm really delighted to see you again. James used to be the NATO spokesman and also the Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Political and Security Affairs. And also the Secretary General's Special Envoy to the Caucasus. So he knows the region very well. I'm delighted also to welcome Ina Shevchenko today. Ina works for Charlie Hebdo in Paris. She's a Ukrainian-French citizen. She has been involved in a organization to promote women's rights in Ukraine and the wider region called Femin. She's a Ukrainian activist, and I know she has been involved also in helping the opposition in Belarus. So her perspective will be very valuable indeed. And finally, I use the expression, but this is said with total sincerity, last but by no means least, delighted to welcome the Ambassador of the United States to the European Union, Ambassador Mark Gittenstein, in particular I've asked him to address some of the issues later on in his intervention of what we can do to ensure the resilience of countries that are our partners, that share our values. We can't leave them in the lurch, but they're not formally covered by NATO Article 5 security guarantees. So it's going to be a rich series of thoughts and interventions, after which we'll hear from a citizen of Europe, part of our Debating Europe network, Luca, after which there will still be time for lunch to listen to your views, perspectives, questions as well. I'll take as many as I possibly can. But first, in the hope that technically everything is working brilliantly, let us look at listen to the message of the First Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine to set the ball rolling. Deputy Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, thank you for your invitation. Every day of 8 months of our fight for freedom against Russia, I admire the commitment of the people. Thanks to the activity of the business, we managed to maintain normal operational of all essential systems: finances, railways, fuel supply, banks, postal service, internet, communication and electricity. Electricity grid management did an incredible thing. Ukraine integrated its grid into EU system in the first day of the war. And now Russia deliberately destroys all electricity grid. Clearly, Russia hates brave, responsible and independent people capable for caring for themselves. This is the division line. Ukrainian society developed into a really democratic with an active citizen. Our market economy is based on the entrepreneurship spirit of Ukrainian business. A lot of Ukrainian volunteers are successful businessmen. Russia promotes opposite values: passive consumption of propaganda and rent from fossil fuels. That is why this is the aggression of the whole Russian society, not Putin, against Ukraine and the world. Those global businesses that withdraw from the Russian market proved that values and culture are more important than profits. It's illustrated how important the democratic debate about the market economy. We admire the courage, entrepreneurship and activism of people, but we need to tackle the damages. The Ukrainian economy will shrink by 35% this year, while the Russian economy only by 4.5%. It means that sanctions against Russia should be robust. According to the World Bank recent overview, recovery and reconstruction of our country's needs across social, productive and infrastructure sector totally $349 billion, which is more than 1.5 times the 2021 GDP of Ukraine. And it's getting worse with the Russian bombing of Ukrainian infrastructure. We have the support of our partners in post-war recovery, as we discussed with them in July in Lugano and this week in Berlin. But what is more important is the early recovery of infrastructure in the occupied territories that will help people to return to their homes. We need support for internally displaced persons. In the summer of this year, the government of Ukraine launched a program, Ye Robota. It's a granting program for small and medium-sized businesses. We decided to provide small grants up to 6,000 euro to people that want to start or to extend their small business and hire at least 2 workers. Since the 1st of July, when the program started, the Ministry of Economy has gotten almost 12,000 applications. After an evaluation process that involves a feasibility assessment by the banking institution, 1,000 applications were considered valid. The government already disbursed 629 grants with 174 million hryvnias. This mechanism, microgrants for small businesses, is a well-elaborated technique of support to displaced persons and persons that returned to the occupied territories. I invited everyone to help displaced persons to maintain the dignity of their life by helping with their economic activity that will allow them to cover the cost of living. But what is most important? New investment. We need to overcome the axiom that war risks block any possibilities for investment. We will cherish any investment project for those who dare to open a business in Ukraine when the war is still here. It's essential to show that in current times, war is not an embargo on investment. While Russia will be a security threat for many years, this work on reduction of the cost of security and war risk for investment will be necessary for all states in the region. The courage of our people drives all structural reform. War did not stop any reforms in Ukraine. That is why we see the decision to give Ukraine a perspective of membership in the EU will soon transform into fast and comprehensive integration of Ukraine into the European economy. And what is more, the energy of a successful win will be a driver for economic growth in Ukraine and in Europe for many, many years. Slava Ukraini!
First Deputy Prime Minister, you obviously can't hear and see me saying this, but on all of our behalves, thank you very much for being with us, at least virtually, and delivering the message. What the Deputy Prime Minister emphasised is this need, of course, while you're still in the depths of a bitter war, to start thinking and planning for the future and doing what you can now to prepare, hopefully, for the future peace, and how the international community, of course, manages immediate aid to Ukraine to help it to fight back, while also investing in the future. It means obviously a lot of money which has to be forthcoming. So let's go to the second of our, I'm going to say speaker and simply take the rap for using the word, James Apachari. James, we spoke about this in the past. I asked you to sort of give us your assessment of what you think of the 21st century aspects, where you think it's been helpful, where you think it's had an impact. Is this something that organisations like NATO, which deal normally with states, right, and the activities of governments, would encourage, you know, in terms of, or where, you know, if you are going to say to citizens, please get involved in this, in which areas would you say yes, and in which areas would you perhaps say no? Anyway, over to you for your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, and I heard the 5 minutes kicker there, so I'll get straight to the point. First, thank you very much for the invitation, and this is something we discuss regularly at NATO. So I'm going to stress these are just my own views and not agreed alliance views. But what is clear is that if you just add up the numbers, force on force, traditional military capabilities and numbers, Ukraine is outmatched. But Ukraine is holding its own, and actually in some cases more than holding its own. So what's the difference? There are many reasons why Ukraine has managed to fight back effectively. Motivation, years of training in Western standard, very well educated and technologically advanced country, but I would argue that the clever adaptation and integration of dual-use civilian technologies has amplified the use of traditional military capabilities, but also helped to balance out Russia's advantage. So let me give you a few examples. One is, and these aren't in order of importance, Ukrainians are using natural language processing to be able to, software, to be able to listen to Russian language unencrypted in communications. Facial I have all the companies, by the way, who are participating in this. Facial recognition technology to identify individual Russian soldiers for war crimes investigations. Obviously, everybody's heard about the unmanned aerial systems. We've all heard the Bayraktar songs. But these have automatic and semi-autonomous capabilities. Very high quality, commercially available satellite data, which has been made available cheaply or for free by industry, like ISI, like Maxar, through clouds, 24/7. Traffic data, using Google to see when traffic was building up on the Belarusian border on the 23rd of February. Crowdsourced intelligence collection and analysis. So using the wider international community. Imagery analysis, publicly available information on aircraft movement and shipping. Crowdsourced battle damage assessment, just open source intelligence. I use it, we all use it, it's extremely useful. Low Earth orbit constellation satellite communications, we all know about Starlink, and that was stimulated using social media, amongst other tools. 3D printed fins to make dumb bombs smart bombs, so you can just do it in your basement. Cryptocurrencies have helped to fund acquisition of unmanned systems. Expert use, you mentioned this, Jamie, of Twitter or of TikTok to win the communications battle. And then there's a whole cyber aspect, where obviously the cyber platform is what is keeping Ukrainian society functioning. And the deputy minister mentioned this. People can live a quasi-normal life. They can take money out of the bank, the lights turn on, they know where to go if something happens. And of course, President Zelensky and the ministers are on the air, motivating their people and motivating us to provide the weapons they're using to fight. So for all these reasons, the cyber infrastructure is crucial, and industry has stepped forward quickly for free. For example, Microsoft backed up all the key Ukrainian security servers outside of the country into the cloud. So when the Russians hit them kinetically, it didn't change anything. Vodafone and others have also stepped up and done this in many cases for free because they're feeling like part of the team. So we have networks of volunteers, we have networks of industry coming together and acting, but very much on an ad hoc basis. And all of this integrated very intelligently by a well-educated, technically literate Ukrainian population and armed forces that have been trained in the way we train our armed forces, meaning decisions pushed down to the lowest level, confidence in soldiers who can then communicate to each other without having to go all the way up the chain and back down. So they're moving faster than the Russians as well as a result of technology and the way in which they're using it. So final point, and then I'll stop. What are we as NATO trying to do about this? What we're trying to do is, and this relates to the last panel as well, stimulate a better relationship with and support for, in particular, startups and small and medium-sized industry companies that have not thought about defense until now, or who don't know how to connect to defense, or who don't want to connect to defense because usually we're so slow. And we put in place initiatives like Diana, and I can talk about that later, but it's in essence a transatlantic defense research network of test centers and accelerator sites, and we'll push startups through those if they're interested in working with us, and a €1 billion innovation fund to invest in deep tech, and also in the startups that come through Diana. So we're trying to be a reliable source of funding and guidance for dual-use startups and other companies, because we recognize that as you, and I'll close with where you started, defense is not just for diplomats and armed forces anymore. So we really need access to this.
James, you obviously super prepared for today because you gave us a lot of absolutely brilliant examples. Just a quick sort of rejoinder question back to you. You know, NATO has been looking very much at resilience as a big theme before the war in Ukraine. Are you sort of actively sort of retrofitting these lessons from Ukraine into how you think of resilience of NATO countries, for example, to deal with war, to deal with big shocks to the system, and the like? Is there sort of an attempt to sort of bring NATO up to the same level that Ukrainians have been at?
So, absolutely. And what we say at NATO is that resilience is a national responsibility, but a collective commitment. And it is enshrined in the NATO Charter in Article 3 that allies have a national responsibility also to be resilient. And you know, we always focus on Article 5, which is collective defense, but Article 3 has now sort of popped its head up and said, hey, remember me. So we have 7 baseline requirements for resilience that cover all the areas you would think of. And we're updating those now. The lessons learned from Ukraine are hugely important. We have a conference or a meeting of the NATO ambassadors and the Secretary General, hosted by the Italians and the United States in Rome in the beginning of November, which will focus very much on cyber resilience, and in particular, when it comes to critical infrastructure. We know for a fact that there is a heightened Russian threat and focus on cyber attacks against the critical infrastructure in our countries. So this is a focus area for us because the lights can turn off here too. So it is incumbent on all of our governments to up their game, but it's not just the governments. It also means the companies have to invest in cyber hygiene, in the latest capability, in redundancy. So this is a shared responsibility. And just to finish, I've been, sorry to use this word finish, but I was just in Finland and met with the head of their resilience organization. So they are the gold standard for this. So on a regular basis, like semi-annually, Sweden's also very good at this whole of government approach. They sit down intelligence, diplomats, security people, and industry leaders, and they say, this is what we see together. What do we see? What do we need to prepare for? And every part of society, governments, but also civil society and industry, takes the responsibility to have some things set aside, to have some redundancy, to have the ability to deal if you're cut off. We all need to have that mindset now.
Okay, James, thanks very much for all those good examples and also for your very good conceptual perspective. I suppose now we're going to go to a sort of rather different angle, very much grassroots, civil society, civilian activists, the people at the sharp end often of these issues. Ina Shevchenko, I've briefly introduced her already, and she, as I mentioned, is a civilian activist. So how have you experienced the conflict from your particular vantage point and perspective? And like James, do you sort of, at least in your area, already start thinking of sort of lessons learned or things that need to change or be improved as a result? Over to you. Floor is yours. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much. 8 months into this war, we can already be certain that this war did not abolish the power of the people. This war did not abolish the importance of civil society in warfare, and it did not abolish the strength and the meaningfulness of acts of civil resistance and civic action. War, I think, in general, destroy for us, well, claim or suggest to us that individualism is delusional, because the suffering is collective, the responsibility is collective, and the power of collective action, of resistance, is really decisive. And today with this war, we see a remarkable example, I think, really, truly remarkable example of the power of civil society in warfare. And this applies to both cases, to Russia and Ukraine. In Russia, the absolute absence of civil society gives us a very, a very tragic outcome where civilian population becomes de facto an aggression actor. And this might be an unpopular opinion, but de facto, civilian population in Russia became an aggression actor first passively through a widespread support of this war or silence for those who disagree, and now actively through Vladimir Putin's mobilization. Meanwhile, in Ukraine, on the other hand, a suddenly emerged powerful civil society became a de facto defense actor, a security actor of the nation. And I will even dare to say, and I know that maybe people from NATO will not like it, that it is probably in many cases does not even make sense to distinguish between Ukrainian military and civil society. The distinction is so blurred today in this case because the war in Ukraine against Russia is genuinely a national effort. The resistance to Russian aggression is genuinely a national effort. What I mean by this is that if we really look how Ukrainian army, which is today a very professional and performative army, how it was formed, the volunteer aspect is very, very important there. People who are today professional soldiers, 8 months ago was singers, actors, ballet dancers, cooks, and so on and so forth. But also many military successes of Ukraine today would not be possible without acts of resistance, civilian resistance behind the front line. From crowdfunding for Bayraktar drones to buying satellite, sewing camouflages and uniforms in the courtyard of many towns and villages, to simple acts of protest, well, I say simple and that's probably a very incorrect word, but very dangerous, taking high-risk acts of protest and resistance in the face of occupants who just entered your city, like my hometown, Kherson, to acts of sabotage on the occupied territories. All this is what today comprises Ukrainian military successes that we all talk about. And so what we have to understand here is that, I will remind you that at the beginning, in the first days of war, 24th, 25th of February, intelligences and strategists suggested that Ukraine will fail, that Ukraine's military capacity is very weak in front of seemingly very powerful aggressor, a powerful enemy. And we today all kind of, there is a consensus that Ukrainian army was underestimated. But I claim that it's actually the truth is that it's Ukrainian civil society was underestimated. It was overlooked. Its role in potential resistance to such aggression was simply overlooked. So what we have to take out of this as a lesson is that I think that in Western democracies, why we are very much, we often pay attention to civil society, we still do not always able to recognize and measure the power of civil society. And the case of Ukraine is a very bright example here because I think that the indicators that we consider useful are actually very often fail us. I was a part of Ukrainian civil society after Orange Revolution when, there was a moment of national uprising during Orange Revolution, and then sort of Ukrainian civil society sort of was in depression. It was dormant. And our acts of resistance, as unconventional as they were, and as they still are for many, were very unpopular in Ukraine. And in general, the culture of protests, civic protest, is not, if we compare with Western democracies, is not very developed in Ukraine. If we look at this indicator, many could conclude that Ukrainian civil society is very weak. Same applies to a network of NGOs. In Ukraine, it's rather weak comparing to other EU states. So if we use this as indicator, we might be blinded once again, and I think that's what happened, and that's why the role of Ukrainian civil society was overlooked and was diminished. Understanding that we need, I think that even though we allowed for elasticity and broadness of definition of what civil society is, I think Ukrainians really once again redefine for the rest of the world the definition of civil society and its role, particularly in warfare. Now, what should be done?
Yep.
We understand that the role that Ukrainians, the civil society plays in successfully resisting Russian aggression is immense, is huge. We also have to understand already now that this role, this connection that people developed and this mobilization of the population that we see today in Ukraine can and should become a foundation or an infrastructure for a future rebuild and transformation of the country. And this has to be done already now. Of course, everybody and Ukrainians who are right now fighting in Ukraine are talking about it best. They need resources, they need money. And we're talking today about money and financial support for military efforts. But once again, how we have to think about that separation between military efforts and civil society efforts is really once again blurred. So this has to be kept in mind.
No, that's a good point you make.
And so today also, as I will talk also, I want to bring an attention to my area of expertise and passion and pain. At the same time, sexual violence and violence against women and children. And we have seen, and this was already concluded and investigated by the independent investigators, that rape and sexual violence is used by Russian army as a weapon and a mean of dehumanization of Ukrainians. And I think that very often, we sort of, even though it's rarely said, but it's always considered that rape is a, kind of unavoidable collateral damage of the war, of any war. It is rarely said out loud, but it is considered so. And I think that today, once again, as we see those crimes committed in Ukraine, this is not only an opportunity to finally create special tribunals and punish those crimes, investigate and punish them, but also by providing already now the means and mechanisms and training for Ukrainian civil society to investigate and bring justice to those particular crimes, we can already work on lifting stigma about sexual violence in Ukrainian society, which have existed before the beginning of the war. So, and this is one of the examples of how we can already now, while supporting Ukrainian effort in their fight for surviving as a nation, as a country, we can already now boost and hope and help with transformation and modernization of the country. And finally, yesterday we heard the statement that it's a war of values. And yes, it is a war, but it is a war of values, and no war of values can be won without civil society. And I think that everybody
it's a nice formula.
in NATO, in everybody who is focused on military victory, and we all are, we all push for the necessity of military victory of Ukraine for a continuous peace on the continent, have to think about the role of civil society in this military victory that Ukraine requires. So, and everybody, of course, here comes with appeal to support and help Ukraine, and I do as well my small part, but I want to insist for the end that we are not calling for charity, because it is not. And we're not calling for simple acts of solidarity with Ukrainian people, because they are not. We are calling for, I think that supporting Ukraine is actually a debt. Or maybe a word that more people will understand here in this room, an investment.
Yep.
It is an investment for Ukraine, but it is an investment first and foremost for democratic world that we want to continue living in.
Yeah, thanks. Very clear, very passionate messages delivered. You see the response you got. I could listen to you for much longer, but I want to bring in the audience for questions. But I'm going to ask you a quick follow-up question, but really quick, one-sentence answer. Are you worried that with Putin at the moment destroying so much critical infrastructure, destroying people's homes, making them cold, hungry this winter, making them flee the country because they can't live in the country. Are you worried that that level of Russian violence could disintegrate some of the civil society cohesion? Or do you think it's going to hold up, notwithstanding this massive Russian military onslaught against Ukraine? Right? But I have to ask you one sentence, because the ambassador has his time as well.
Very simple, and I think very expected. It should be expected from me. As long as the rest of the world supports Ukraine, Ukrainians will continue fighting. And as long as Ukrainians are willing to fight, the rest of the world has to support Ukrainians.
Yeah. Okay, very clear. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I know we're going to have a lot of people who want to speak in this session. But first, I turn to the ambassador. Ambassador Gittenstein, I introduced him in a moment. He also told me that he has been ambassador in Romania, and he has some Moldovan blood in his veins, so he obviously knows this part of the world very well too. And Ambassador, again, delighted that you can join us today, and hope that you'll be a friend of Friends of Europe for your tenure here in Brussels. But we were talking a little bit earlier about this problem, which we're going to have well beyond the Ukrainian war, given all of our other friends and partners in the region who are also looking to the European Union. Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine. What can we do to make them more resilient so that we don't just experience this kind of Russian aggression again and again and again? What are your thoughts on that, sir? And welcome again, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Jamie. And I want to thank the Friends of Europe for inviting me and having me here today and be part of this very prestigious group of speakers. From the start, Putin's war with Ukraine has been about frustrating Ukrainians' deep-seated desire to live in a democracy and a free market. The war is not about Ukraine joining NATO. It never has really been. It's all the way back to Euromaidan. It's about Ukraine's desire to develop ever closer ties to the European Union. And not only did Putin intend to prevent Ukraine from closer ties with the EU, he also thought he would divide the US and its allies and partners. By the way, Ina, what I say to my friends in the EU is that you Ukrainians are fighting for our freedom and for our markets and our democracy, and that's why it's so important. Now let's not forget what this is really about. As AJ, our Turkish friend last night, for those of you who are at the gala, said so eloquently, it's about fascism. My president would say it's about democracy versus autocracy. And that's true for the whole region we're talking about, Jamie, from the borderlands of Europe to the 27 member states, and sadly in the US as well. We know the Kremlin playbook: disinformation, propaganda, intimidation, outright censorship. This is true for the whole region, the whole gray area you're talking about, but unfortunately in the United States and in Europe as well. Now my message would be that in the answer to the threats to democracy or fascism, it's critical that we do not flinch, we do not equivocate, we do not appease. Kremlin's attempt to disrupt our democracy and the transatlantic partnership serve as a reminder to us all of how important it is for us to preserve in our fight to protect our shared values. The fight for democracy is critical not just for Ukraine, but for the European Union. The U.S. mission to the European Union, together with the Czech presidency of the European Union, recently organized a conference on ways to support a sustainable and pluralistic media environment in Europe and beyond, in the borderlands as well, in answer to your question. We organized this workshop because I truly believe that one of our greatest allies in fighting against authoritarianism and democratic backsliding is an independent press. A free media is crucial to a healthy democracy, and it's pivotal in the fight against corruption. We have actually some fairly good and clever specific ideas we're working on, and I'd be happy to talk about that. You wanted a follow-up question, or for anybody in the audience. But our goal must be to preserve unity in the European Union and to preserve unity between the United States and Europe. And we must energize Ukrainians on the front lines and Americans at home, because we have to create unity at home and have a great narrative that people understand. Now, more HIMARS and javelins and tanks and air defense are critical, and the non-conventional use of technology, all important, but it's not sufficient. Independent, courageous journalists must be prepared to tell the world what is really happening in Bucha, in Kyiv, in Kherson. You know, as my President Biden would say, it's the power of our ideas, not the idea of our power, that will win this struggle. And as TJ said last night, humans are inherently fair if a courageous leader calls upon them by telling them the truth. As AJ said last night, and I talked to AJ after we were at the same table, and I sat down with her afterwards, after she gave her speech. I assume people here in this room heard it. And I said, you know what, it reminded me what our greatest president said on the eve of his inauguration in March of 1861, almost 200 years ago. And he said the purpose of his presidency, the essential message of his presidency, would be to call on the better angels of our nature.
Yeah.
And if we can do this job, if we can preserve independent media, if they can tell us the truth, and we have leaders who have the courage to act on that truth all over, whether it's Ukraine or Moldova or Georgia or Hungary or Poland or anywhere here in Europe, or certainly in the United States, we will call on the better angels of their nature, and we will save democracy against autocracy, and the Russians will fail.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador, that was very eloquent and that was very, very clear. I am going to take your bait because at Friends of Europe, being a think tank, we love ideas, particularly ones that we can run with and try to develop, maybe help to develop with you. It's fantastic that you have this initiative between your mission and the Czech presidency. So what in sort of practice can you do to sort of make the media in our partner countries in the eastern neighborhood sort of stronger, more resilient, better able to do their job?
I don't know if I can do it in a sentence. I'll do it in
I'll give you two, sir, because ideas always get two sentences.
Now this is a problem all over the world. It's a problem in the United States. We have huge, what we call media deserts. No newspapers in like 3/4 of areas of the states. And in countries in the European Union, there's no media plurality. The media is actually owned by the bad guys, very much influenced by the Russians, for example. How do we respond to that? And I think we have to build media platforms. They exist, actually, in Moldova. They exist in Ukraine, clearly, and they exist in some of these countries in the European Union. We need to build business models, and we had a panel on how do you build business models, and then we have to build equity investment to prove to people that these are profitable ways to make money, and then you'll have sustainable journalists working in all of these countries and in Ukraine. By the way, I believe that part of Ukrainian reconstruction should be not simply funding and saving civil society, but needs to be funding independent media. If we don't want that reconstruction, which by the way I predict will be $1 trillion, a third of which went to the Taliban in Afghanistan, not to happen in Ukraine, we need watchdogs. The best watchdogs in the world, media. And we need to build platforms where they can make money doing this, and they can be sustainable, and they're not dependent upon public financing.
Ambassador, thanks very much again. Very, very clear and innovative in the ideas sense, but absolutely. And we'll see at Friends of Europe if we can make some small contribution to developing the modus operandi of that. But bravo and every success to your initiative. I mentioned before we go to you, dear audience, and your chance to have your say, that we had a representative of our Young Debating Europe network giving us a sort of citizen's perspective on all of this. We have Luca Mappelli. So Luca, you have been participating in a panel on this theme in Friends of Europe, defining the toolkit of modern warfare. You've listened, of course, to our four, I'm going to use the term speakers, as I've said, and their ideas. You've also got your own thoughts. So the floor is now yours to give us, in just a couple of minutes, if you don't mind, your thoughts on all of this.
Sure, thanks a lot, and thanks a lot to the other panelists for the contribution and to Friends of Europe for giving citizens like myself the chance to contribute and engage at this level. Today we'll try to bring to the table the views from the panel on redefining the toolkit of modern warfare, plus take based on most recent events because the group took place in June. The war in Ukraine has seen an unprecedented response on the part of civil society, and this was largely positive. Refugees have been welcomed by different European countries, and Europe seems to have rediscovered a sense of human solidarity. Crowdfunding campaigns have taken place to finance help and relief for the population in Ukraine and even in Russia, for instance, with the delivery of medicines, and support NGOs' work on the field. Pressure for consumers has contributed to companies boycotting Russia, and companies have also contributed to the effort, as already mentioned, like tech companies. And citizens have also engaged on social media and online, achieving a two-pronged goal. So firstly, to keep this war high on the news, where all wars belong, but not always are. This also contributed to highlight and bring to public attention the war crimes and violations, as Ina, for instance, mentioned, and in the case, for instance, of Bucha. And this surely contributes to make for a huge leap forward compared to past wars, like Iraq, in which we've mentioned independent journalists, in which independent journalists exposing war crimes have been silenced or jailed. Secondly, to counter disinformation and engage in an online debate, online platform has allowed EU citizens to engage with citizens from Ukraine and even Russia, so to break beyond the propaganda barriers. And in this respect, European citizens seem to have been even more far-sighted sometimes than some institutions, meaning that ideas contamination is essential to shake at the foundation regime's narrative. And this contamination has been enabled by, for instance, online platforms and engaging, and sometimes it's been hindered maybe by policies targeting regular citizens or university exchanges that hinder the contamination of idea that is vital to break inside a dictatorship. And finally, citizens have been demonstrating for peace and against the aggression since day one of the full-fledged invasion. So European civil society has thus embodied, we can say, the Europe's essence. We are a union that's been born from the ashes of war and out of longing for peace. Despite our fathers having slaughtered each other for centuries, today we have streets named after each other's politicians, poets, and philosophers. So we went from nationalism war to le nationalisme c'est la guerre, if I may quote. A clear example is, for instance, the effort of Polish people that they put forth for Ukrainians despite the troubled past of the two countries. Let's just think of World War II and the debate around rehabilitation of characters, for instance. And this testifies how Europe's essence is to move past and beyond what divides its countries and to embrace what unites its people, and not least the rejection of imperialist aggressions, such as Russia's. Therefore, Europe's civil society has contributed to support Ukraine and relieve some of the war's effects on the most vulnerable. And EU policymakers also stood up to the challenge by imposing swift sanction and supporting Ukraine's defense. That, however, was especially true in the beginning, where the emergency demanded and dictated swift actions to protect Ukraine's sovereignty and punish Russia for the aggression and disincentivize future aggressions. However, today, as those early goals are becoming more and more achieved, sometimes new division seems to arise, for instance, between New Europe, so the East and Nordics, that seem to foresee a military solution to the conflict, to end it where it started in Crimea, and the Western core sometimes trying to promote a more diplomatic approach to the victory. As Kissinger famously said, if I might channels open and put people first. It deserves a united EU that provides it for its values. Thank you.
Luca, thank you very much. Thank you for giving us that perspective, and thanks for your good work in the Citizens Debating Europe panel there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm told we have 15 minutes. It's not a lot of time. And from what I've heard so far, I sort of pick up three themes. Civil society is a key tool of being successful in resisting aggression. How do we build on that, integrate that more into government efforts to build resilience? The second thing we heard is from the ambassador in particular is the whole issue of deterrence and the grey zone of making these countries stronger or more resilient in the first place. We heard about the media, and that's one way. The other way, which also was getting into, was this rather depressing thing about the Ukrainian conflict, that we've seen sort of all of the norms of humanitarian law violated. Environmental destruction, deliberate targeting of civilians, forced repatriation to Russia of citizens, attacking hospitals. I mean, the litany goes on. The rape issue, with now, massive war crimes charge sheets stretching into the distant future, and it's rather depressing for those of us who really believed that we were building a sort of step by step, a kind of nexus of law, of norms of civilized behavior, banning cluster bombs, whatever, that would make it harder for states simply to ride roughshod. But Putin has done this, so is it worthwhile, this whole effort, to sort of try to restrict warfare through agreed norms? And how do we rebuild the edifice after Ukraine that Putin has torn down? And anyway, a thought of my own. But I'm going to stop speaking now because it's your turn. What I'm going to do, given the time limit, is take quick, and if they could be quick, I'd be grateful, quick thoughts, quick comments, questions to specific speakers, and then give each of our four speakers a minute, probably won't be more than that, I'm afraid, at the very end, just to react and give concluding thoughts. So who wants, sir, go first.
Kieran Devan, I run a Peace and Security Institute in the UK. I'm interested in this thing about how we sustain the will of other countries to continue to support Ukraine. One of the things we've been worrying about for a while is that the world gets bored, something else happens, and people move on. So any advice from colleagues on how do we maintain that interest, support, not only over the next few weeks and months, but potentially this will go on for 4 or 5 years. If we're going to access, after the war, the $1 trillion which would be needed to rebuild Ukraine, how do we keep the focus?
Okay, that's obviously a key question. I'm going to go to this end of the table. Ma'am, please.
Yeah, hello, my name is Zanda Kalniņa Lukaševica. I'm Parliamentary Secretary at the Latvian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Just two quick points. The one, how to help Ukrainians, and the other, how to help Europeans. When we talk about the Ukrainians, and indeed, independent media has an incredible role, and we need to find a way how to better support the independent journalists in Ukraine. They need training for professional work. They need particular training for work in war times and unsecure environment. They desperately need also psychological support and ability for psychological rehabilitation to be able to continue the work. And also, of course, they need availability of the newest technologies and modern infrastructure. So there are different activities, like, for example, in Latvia, we have the Baltic Center for Media Excellence that provide that support, but it's needed more, so more resources should be accommodated one way or another, because without independent media, so we cannot look into the bright future in Europe or Ukraine. And a short remark on how to help ourselves. Sometimes we rely too much on the old traditions, but Russian propaganda is penetrating our societies and our citizens incredibly these days, so we need to put more attention to fact-checking, and we need to put more attention to that. To understand the Russian attempts, we need to understand both Russian history and also the model of like operating of the mindsets. So the aim is really to penetrate our society, and sometimes even the good and independent European media just repeat the narratives of the Russians, and that's exactly their aim, by that changing the societal trust.
James has dealt a lot with disinformation and strategic communications, and so I'm sure I have something to say. I see more hands up at this end of the table, but I did mention that we are very fortunate to have the Deputy Minister of the Economy of Ukraine with us today, Mr. Taras Kachka. I hope, sir, I pronounced your name correctly. And you don't want to come all the way to Brussels and not speak. So please, speak to us.
Thank you for this opportunity, and I would like to reply to your question, as it was my idea from the very beginning to highlight that the international support, financial support, and support to people is not like a secondary tier of defense policy, it's core of defense policy, because otherwise, if people think that this is like for professional military to fight against Russia, and then they can outperform us by number, then they win from the very beginning, because then they say that stigma of war detach Ukraine from any system. So no investments, no trade, no everyone afraid of Ukraine. So that's why your support, financial support, economic support, humanitarian support is a core defense. It's just show that we actually counteract them by trying and attempt to live with dignity while being at war. And this is as well an example for any NATO member as well, so for any Baltic state, for example, that in case of attack, the international support will be there, because you have this mechanic, of financial support, military support, and other support. So that's why it is not only for us, it is well for you, just to show that this collective defense in reality operates not only in NATO treaty, but also in reality in every channel. So this is one highlight why this financial support is needed for next year, macro-financial support, and then recovery. And the promise of support in recovery is also like a promise to support for us for our win in victory in this war. And the second notion on civil society and freedom of media. So this is, we need to remind that this is the reason for this war, because this is something which was a goal of Putin offense against Ukraine in 2004, in 2014, and now as well. So this is like a constant war against freedom of media, against civil society. It was always a topic of jokes in Russian media and Russian propaganda that democratic debate is like chaos. It's like full of scandals, and it's like it's not something interesting. So that's why for us it's not like a promise to maintain civil society for the future. So for us, this is like a core element which cherish, and it was also a part of casus belli for Putin. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much indeed. I go back up to this end table. Again, you all have your watches and phone clocks, so you could see that I'm not making it up when I say we have but 10 minutes left. So I'll bring you in, but can I please ask you to formulate your point and question in just one and not Proustian length, please, sentence. You, sir, first.
I'm French, so that's a very hard question.
Difficile, ça, oui.
My question is, what happens next? We all know in this room that it's crucial to win the war, but what happens after the war when it comes to civil society? And I just want to run very few examples. We couldn't demobilize efficiently the Congolese and the Rwandan forces during the Great Lakes War. We failed at demobilizing some of the Mexican army forces, and now they are in the cartels. In the Balkans, we've been failing at demobilizing the armed forces.
Yeah, it's difficult after
and they have turned to criminal
and
gangs.
all the weapons as well, no doubt. Yes.
How do we, and I want to ask the NATO and the US people in the room, how do we make sure that after the war we properly demobilize?
Okay, point. Totally clear. Totally clear. Well formulated question. Ma'am.
Thank you. So picking up on the power of ideas, and this is a war of ideas, a war of worldviews. Excellent presentation of how technology is being harnessed, state-of-the-art technology in the current war, and we heard from the ambassador about the importance of free press. Can you speak to how technology is being harnessed when it comes to winning over hearts and minds? Because it's absolutely incredible that there are certain people who see Putin as legitimate.
Yep, it comes back also to the previous point
Absolutely,
as well.
which I'd be keen to hear if NATO actually covers that.
He will answer, but he needs the time to answer, so I need to cut you off there, but thank you.
Yes, I have a question to Ukrainian colleagues because I'm from Belarus, the country which, one of the aggressors countries. So my question is, what can Belarus civil society can do at this point for Ukraine, taking into consideration the situation we're living in right now? Because in Belarus, even for the post in the social media, you can get up to 7 years in the prison. Even for the donation to Belarus army, which fights for Ukraine now inside of the Ukraine, you're imprisoned by up to 3 years.
Perfect, clear. Forgive me again, but I want to bring everybody in, but that is clear. What can Ukrainian society do for Belarusian society, and maybe vice versa, of course. I know as experience on both sides of the frontier, she'll answer that. So please go ahead. Again, super quick points and questions, please.
So my name is Gunilla Karlsson, I'm from Sweden. We had a good question, how can we sustain the support for Ukraine? What can Friends of Europe do to make sure that the European unity and policymakers are not leaving our ideals too early and start negotiating with Mr. Putin or others?
Okay, that's a question to Friends of Europe, but so maybe I'll have to think of an answer myself. Put me on the spot, but thank you very much for that. Paul Taylor, you are ceding. Yes, you are ceding. So we come now to, please, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks, Friends of Europe, for this great opportunity. I'm Bogdan Ivan, I'm a member of Romanian Parliament and Vice Chair of ITNC Committee. Nice to see all of you. I would like to ask about how NATO see the domain of hybrid war, about disinformation, about the war which are closing through to the social networks, through the media in that moment, because we have a lot of parties in East of Europe, in Romania too, in Italy, which are going to a strict national message and supporting Russian propaganda into our field. So we must react on that field, because we are dealing with two big crises in Romania and in Eastern Europe in the same time, the economic and the inflation and the energy crisis. So in that field, any bad idea about us could be damaged. So we need to speak about how we could improve the media, how we could improve the investment and the supporting the media and the social network in that kind of war, in the hybrid war in Eastern Europe.
Perfect. Okay, that's perfectly clear, and a lot of you are going in the same direction here. That's good. So now I come to lady here, and then we've got a couple at the back, and I'll try to fit you in, and then we'll stop. So I'm closing the list. No more hands up, please. So we'll have this lady here, lady there, and the gentleman behind, and then das ist alles. Right, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shea. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lisa Gashi, young European leader and currently Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kosovo. I must say that 23 years ago, I met virtually Mr. Shea as a spokesperson of NATO, and then re-meeting you today here on the same pattern of another conflict doesn't give me as much hope for the future, but it brings a bit of a glimpse of reality that we face. While the dominant discourse is usually on the hard security line, I think we still face a lack of understanding when we talk about how climate change, how pandemics, and how the upcoming crises are going to affect our security infrastructure. More importantly, today we don't have hands-on programming budgeting that could meet today's reality. So I want to know from the speakers, and what is your perspective? You've spoken about harnessing technology, you've spoken about bringing in civil society, but to do that, we need sort of a quick turnaround. So how are we capable, and how adaptable are we to push this programming and budgeting to meet the upcoming winter?
Thanks. Good to see you here. Implementation. Right, lead here.
My name is Erika Casajoana. I'm the former deputy representative of the Catalan government to the EU. And as a Western European, I see a rift between the old Europe, the old EU, and the Central and Eastern Europe, excluding Hungary, and the Anglo-Saxons, the US and Great Britain, in the support to Ukraine. According to the Kiel Institute of Security, the US provides more than double of financial and military aid to Ukraine than all the EU combined. And this is a great shame for Europe, because this is our problem, this is our war, it's our security order in the first place. I would like to apologize to the Ukrainians here. What can we do to overcome this rift between the Anglo-Saxons and the Eastern, West and Central Europeans on the one hand, and all Europe on the other?
Totally clear question. Burden sharing, always a key theme. Thank you very much. So, sir, I'm counting on you to be super brief. And you have the last
Thank you for
comment.
National News Agency of Ukraine, Dmitry Shkurko. My first question to His Excellency, American Ambassador. You used a very strong word, fascism, but it looks like that threat is a little bit underestimated in the world. So that my question is, what is the perspective for US government to recognize Russia not as a sponsor of terrorism, but a terrorist state? The question to the James, if I may. You always said that to become the NATO member, Ukraine need to be more contributor to the security than consumer. So my question is, right now, do you consider Ukraine is more contributor of the European and the world Euro-Atlantic security?
Totally clear,
Yes.
clear. Has it now fulfilled that role? Thank you, sir. Right, that's it. So we've got, because obviously the First Deputy Minister cannot participate in a discussion, we've got our three speakers who remain. We had lots of questions, lots of points. Some of them overlapped, which I think makes the job easier. I can only give them a minute or so each to reply, so this is going to have to be in telegraph fashion, unfortunately. And don't feel obliged to answer everything, just the things that particularly resonate with you and where you think you have something to say. So, James, you first, please.
Thanks. I'll take three, and I'll do it in a minute. In terms of strategic communications, because that's, I think, what everybody's talking about. Everyone's got ideas. It's very hard. I think a defining sentence is the Peter Pomerantsev book title, "Nothing is True and Everything is Possible," meaning the deliberate Russian strategy taken on by others is to not necessarily win the narrative, but make you not believe anything anymore, not know what's true. And that's very well documented. So what do we need to do? Everybody's got ideas, but A, we need to fund alternative sources of information. There are NATO countries where the Russian language minority was only getting their information from the Russian government. So we need to fund alternatives. We need to expose ownership and funding origins, expose it publicly so people know where they're getting their information, and cut it off, not be naive. I'm giving my own views here. But we have to stop being naive about letting everything be open. Cut it off if it's dangerous. We need to provide media literacy training for the media and also for our kids. So my kids in school here once a month get training on what is real and what is not real. And when I tell them what to look for, they roll their eyes, like, oh, Dad. Well, they always roll their eyes, but for that. And we need a common approach across borders. It is not possible to do this on a national basis because the internet is cross-border. And I can tell you, for example, the Russian government pumps disinformation into the United States through Mexico because millions of Americans get their information from Spanish language social media. So they put it through Facebook in Mexico and it goes up into the United States and neither government can do anything about it. So that's to answer question one. Question two, membership. I think what Ukraine has shown us is what it means to fight for your values. And I think a lot of us sort of sleepwalked into thinking we didn't have to do it anymore. So that's very clear. Also, Ukrainian military capability and will is very clear. And the strategic role of Ukraine in containing Russian expansionism is also blatantly clear. Our priority now in NATO is stockpiles, stockpiles, stockpiles. Weapons, weapon systems. I can tell you that's how you get the Secretary General's attention right now. That's priority one. But I think Ukraine's case as a contributing member to Euro-Atlantic security is pretty much rock solid right now. The membership issue will be dealt with later. That's all.
James, thanks, and thank you for giving us a model of brief responses, but substantive at the same time. So, Ila, please. I know many of these points resonate with you, but again, you've got to follow James and do it all in a minute.
Right. How to maintain support for Ukraine. I think that we see a will of enough of political leaders to maintain this support. And I think that right now should be focused on how to convince the population of EU states on the need and necessity to maintain this support for their own sake. I think that we are really doing not enough, and sometimes we are doing rather bad at explaining to European citizens why this is their war as well. And I think that it is also crucial, really crucial for institutions like EU, like NATO. You said that, you know, I'm as an activist very much disillusioned by everything I believed in and by those institutions that I thought in peaceful time they might be sometimes, you know, they show a little bit, sometimes we think they're useless, but I thought when the time comes and the real crisis comes, they will be there. And I'm very disillusioned as a citizen, as an activist, as someone who really believed in that. And I think that's really a perfect opportunity for those institutions to prove why they were built during decades, why the population believed in them, and why they have a right to survive and continue to work after this conflict. So raising awareness of the population is very important, and this is very much linked with the fighting against Russian propaganda, which was said by everybody penetrated European media space. I spent a lot of time in France on a plateau télé to counter Russian propaganda spelled by French people. And I think I never could imagine to do that. And then the question was about the media, free media and civil society, and so and once again it's very much connected, and here was very important thought said. We should never forget what this war is about and why this war happened. It is precisely the will of Ukrainians, continuous, very determined will for free society, for democracy, for free media, for very strong civil society. That is the reason of Russian attack. Ukrainians dared to decouple themselves from Russian worldview, and dared to fight for it, and they are doing it, literally dying for joining the democratic world vision, you know, world model. And Ukrainians know very well, because, you know, if they fight today, they know that they fight for that world model, and they know very well that if they if after the end of the war, if they don't manage to become this truly European democratic nation, Ukraine will not exist. There won't be Ukraine.
Thank you very much. A sobering but important thought at the end there. And so, Ambassador, you have the last word, please.
Well, I can't possibly respond to all of the questions that were asked of me, but I want to pick up on something Ina says, which is that the success of this war depends on what 30-odd democracies decide, okay? They are democracies. They have free elections. They have oppositions, okay? So we have to win the narrative. And I've reminded, and this applies to Romania as much as it applies to the United States, okay? I remember one little story vignette right at the beginning of the war. I think it was Clarissa Ward on CNN was interviewing a young woman, looked like my daughter, in the basement, in the subway in Kharkiv, I believe. And she was in tears. And Clarissa Ward said, "Why are you so upset?" And she said, "Because I don't want to live in Russia." Okay? And I use that metaphorically, if not in reality, for Romania, for the United States, and for the rest of Europe. Do you want to live in Russia, or do you not want to live in Russia? If you don't want to live in Russia, you're going to have to pay a little more for your gas. You're going to have to suffer some inconvenience. That's true, more so true here, by the way, than it is in the United States, where gas prices are much lower. So that's the existential question you have to ask yourself. Our grandparents made the right decision 70 years ago. Hopefully we will as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ambassador, thanks very much. So we know that what security means now, and we have to pay a higher price for it. We have to make the case to our citizens why that is necessary. We have to be much more adept at fighting the disinformation war. Our civil society, both in Ukraine but also in our countries, has shown itself to be remarkably resilient, inventive and adaptive. We have to draw the lessons and maybe think of a new partnership in that respect as well. And we have to realize that sometimes one people's fight is everybody's fight when it comes to shaping the type of future in the world in which we want to live. And so therefore, as much as we have to in NATO at least think of going back to 20th century warfare, because as you rightly said, the military victory does have to be won on military terms, we need to be also good at transitioning to 21st century warfare as well, and all of the very different toolkit that implies. Almost suggests to me that we have two NATOs, if you like, one doing the traditional stuff and a second NATO sort of reverberating around it, which is forming all of these partnerships and relationships with industry and civil society in order to build up that resilience. Anyway, it's been a great panel, absolutely great. We had a big debate in Friends of Europe whether to do this, because we're not exactly known for being an organisation focusing on war, at least not in the past. But I'm really glad that we decided to do it because it's been very revealing, very good. That, of course, is because of our excellent speakers. I mean, you know, at conferences, there's 3 conditions of success: the speakers, the speakers, the speakers. The audience does come into it a bit. I'd also like to thank Luca for giving us, again, the citizen's perspective, but to James, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, thanks a million for being here today. Another big round of applause. We now come to that highlight of any day spent out at the conference, lunch. Hopefully the other panel didn't finish before us and have swazzled all of the good food. Let's hope that's not the case. And on the programme, there's a restart at 2 o'clock. I've got a feeling that's going to slip by a few minutes, but soon after 2 o'clock, if you could be back for the afternoon session, please.
Good afternoon. A very warm welcome back to this session on digitalization as essential infrastructure. We have some time together with a number of contributors who are going to stimulate our thoughts on the issue of digitalization as essential societal infrastructure. But before we do that, we have a bit of an hors d'oeuvre in the shape of this man here, John Worth. He's one of our European young leaders. He is, well, I'll let you describe yourself, but for me, he's, he's an activist entrepreneur with a passion for trains. So, John, over to you.
Right, thank you very much indeed, and don't let that discourage you, everyone. What I have is a very short period of time to explain this slightly crazy project that I undertook this summer, where I crossed every internal border of the European Union that you can cross by train. Why would I undertake such a thing? It's essential that if we are to manage to deal with the challenges of climate change, we all drive and fly less and take the train more. The difficulty is, as any of you probably coming here to Brussels, unless you happen to be lucky and come from Paris or Amsterdam, probably know, if you want to try to travel by train internationally in Europe, everything gets harder. The trains are less regular, the ticket prices are higher, and in certain connections between different European Union member states, the trains don't even run at all. So what I did this summer was I went everywhere across the European Union, tested all of these cross-border railways. So as far north as Haparanda in the north of Sweden, as far southeast as Athens, and as far southwest as Lisbon, to try to work out what does and doesn't work and what we could do about it. I've got here then a very quick and compact summary of what I learned throughout that entire project. So all being well, here we go. So the problem is essentially this. National railway systems in Europe work comparatively well, but once you cross a border on a train, everything becomes more complicated. Infrastructure is of less good quality, service levels are lower, tickets are harder to get, timetables are thinner. Everything is more difficult. The bridge in the background is the railway bridge between Finland, where I'm stood, and Sweden on the other side, which at the moment does not have a single passenger train that ever crosses it. The computer is going rather slow. These are all of the places that I went, right? That's the map of all of the routes that I took. The green dotted lines are buses I had to take, and all of the orange and the purple lines are trains that I took. So 186 trains in total, and more than 30,000 rail kilometers. And out of that came policy proposals, which I'm not going to go into in depth because they're too complicated, to the European Union, 20 railway projects that the European Union could implement with comparatively little money and more or less immediately in order to manage to make a step change in European railways. I'm going to explain to you just 4 of those projects very, very briefly. And they're one in each of these categories. In some places, there are cross-border railway lines that have fallen into disrepair, like that one in the background there that's at the border between Netherlands and Germany, close to Nijmegen. So could you rebuild those lines, right? That's the type 1. The second is, in places tracks exist, but passenger trains don't run, right? So you've got a viable infrastructure, but no one can travel there. The third is trains run, but timetables are so poor that passengers can't use them or can't use them to the extent that they should. Or the fourth category is there are a bunch of information and ticketing problems that make things particularly complicated. So there'll be one example from each of the categories. So we are here at the border of Belgium to France, between Valenciennes and Mons. I had to take to my bicycle to cross this border because there is a railway line, but it looks like this, right? You do not want to have passenger trains running on the track that is of that poor quality. And that's it from the Belgian side. The electrification masts literally end at the border. Now, what is the ridiculous situation here? And there are just 2 kilometers of track that are missing at this border. The European Union's Agency for Railways is in Valenciennes, and there is no way that the officials from the European Union's Agency for Railways can currently get to Brussels by train so as they can go to their political meetings for the European Commission. So they drive. So that's one way you could rebuild the line, all right? So that's the first category. The second category is trains run, there are tracks exist, but trains don't run. So we are at the border of Latvia and Lithuania, between Riga, the capital of Latvia, and Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, here at the bottom. And we're next to Daugavpils, which is the second city of Latvia. So I crossed again here this border on my bicycle, but as you can see, there is a railway line there, and it's of a slightly better quality than the one at Quievrain, close to Valenciennes. But at the moment, to cross that border, there are people who take a bus on a dirt road to the last village in Latvia, Zemgale, walk 2 kilometers on foot across the border, to take one of 5 trains a day in Turmantas, this village of 286 inhabitants, the first village in Lithuania. 20 kilometers further is Daugavpils with 80,000 people. That red and white train there parks up for 4 hours in Turmantas, with the driver sat in it taking a break. To run that train 20 kilometers further to Daugavpils, you need no extra trains, no extra legal approval, no extra staff. You just need a little bit of subsidy for a few liters of extra diesel to run it as far as Daugavpils. So that is a very, very simple international connection to potentially solve. There are dozens of problems like this Europe-wide with the railways, where the tracks exist but the trains don't run. The third situation is what to do. Has the computer crashed behind the screen there? There should be a map. Oh, here we go, right, sorry, okay. I was somewhere in an interim screen there. So, we're now at the border between France and Spain, between Perpignan and Figueras. This is one of something that's very, very rare in Europe, a high-speed international railway line. This track is capable of speeds of 300 kilometers an hour on this connection. But why is no one using it? That is because at the moment, that track has 4 trains a day on it in each direction. From December of this year, that will drop to 2 trains a day on that line. That is because there is currently a dispute between the Spanish railway operator Renfe and the French railway operator SNCF. Renfe does not have enough staff to carry on its services, which went from Madrid to Marseille and from Barcelona to Lyon, but SNCF will carry on running the 2 trains a day that go from Paris to Barcelona, which would use this line. So we have impeccable infrastructure and very few trains running on it. By contrast, right, already 80% of the kilometer distance from Paris, Perpignan has 6 trains a day from Paris and will carry on having 6 trains a day from Paris because that is a political priority for the French government. Running to Barcelona is not. If you want any scandal in European railways, and when any railway person tells you we need to build more lines, this is the biggest scandal going. You have impeccable infrastructure and no trains running on it. Paris to Barcelona is one of the most flown flight routes in Europe, and actually if you ran more trains with a reasonable timetable and a reasonable ticket price, rail could potentially eat into air's market share on that route. Yeah, there's a TGV in Figueras, and one of the very rare and soon-to-be extinct Spanish trains running on that line. Those are not my pictures, however. I couldn't actually literally take this train because typically there was a French train strike on the day I had to go there. And last but not least, because you're EU people, there is a problem close to Strasbourg, right? And it particularly concerns that tiny little piece of line there, Kiel, the last town on the German side of the border and Strasbourg. So if you want to cross there, the local train that runs from Offenburg in Germany to Strasbourg, despite it being an electrified line, the train that runs is diesel, which is already absurd enough. But that's not the worst of it. If I go from where I live myself in Berlin, and I put into German Railways website, I want to go from Berlin to Strasbourg, it will charge me €166.50 for a single ticket. If I, however, put in Berlin to Kiel, it will charge me €68.90. And if I buy the little extra bit, which is 8.6 kilometers of line, in the train itself, it's €4.30. So if I know my trick, I can get from Berlin to Strasbourg for just over €70, while the railway companies are trying to charge me over €166 for the same connection. Yeah, exactly, right, yeah. I actually would rather take the same train, right? But the tram is another alternative. So these types of ticketing issues are also prevalent all over Europe, where the moment you cross the border, you suddenly have a massive increase in your ticketing price. So those are then, to summarize, the four problems. Places where lines have fallen into disrepair, places where there are lines but there are no passenger trains, places where there are passenger trains but with such a lousy timetable, not enough people are taking them, and a bunch of timetabling and ticketing headaches, which make it even more complicated. So that is all for me talking. I'm now going to show some video of the different bits and pieces of some more of these stories, and then that will draw my presentation to a close. So all being well, here we go.
Faced with the climate crisis, we all need to fly and drive less and take the train more. But when you cross a border by train in Europe, everything gets harder than when you stay within one country. In the summer of 2022, I, John Worth, put all of this to the test with the cross-border rail project. I crossed every internal border of the EU you can cross by train. That was 95 borders in total. I travelled more than 30,000 kilometres on the railways, and where trains do not run any longer, I took to my folding bicycle. And the rest was by bus, ferry and taxi. What did I find? In some places, rail lines have fallen into disrepair and would need to be rebuilt. But many of these are hard or expensive to fix, even if, like at Canfranc on the Spain-France border, they're in wonderful places. Solutions are easier where tracks exist, but passenger trains do not run. It would be simple to extend trains from Ormenio in Greece to Svilengrad in Bulgaria, or from Turmantas in Lithuania to Daugavpils in Latvia. The infrastructure and the trains for these services exist already. In other places, trains run, but the timetables are so bad no one can use them. I was the only passenger on a train between Mons in Belgium and Ornois in France, and was stuck for 3 hours at the Estonia-Latvia border at Valga, because timetables are not coordinated. And there were other absurdities. Trains from Vigo in Spain to Porto in Portugal are diesel on an electrified line. Dilapidated infrastructure through Poland between Liberec in Czechia and Zittau in Germany slows trains down there. And tickets are crazy expensive when booking from Germany to Strasbourg. Above all, my message to the European Union, and especially Transport Commissioner Adina Valian, who received postcards from me during the project, is that we are supposed to live in a borderless Europe. But when it comes to railways, borders very much still exist, and the EU's railway policy is failing. This is not only about infrastructure, because that is okay in many places. The EU needs to make sure passenger trains operate in all of the places where they could run, that timetables are coordinated and regular, and that booking tickets is easy, and that passenger rights are guaranteed. So, in short, taking a train across a border within the European Union should be as simple as taking one within one country.
Great. Thank you. Both for your activism and your public service. Most of us won't know this. And you've done a kind of an audit across Europe, which is exactly what the Commission and the others should be aware of. So I hope you're circulating it to every parliamentarian, You should, absolutely. But thank you for setting the tone and the context for this conversation. Which we're talking about digitalisation, which is a very close link to how we electrify the system more so, but also using technology in wiser but also more agile ways. But also, as most of you have probably seen, you've seen the report from the UN, the catastrophic pronouncement about we're not going to meet the targets, let alone they're going to be exceeded by the times that we are here. But go figure, what are the temperatures here this today? And those of you who've been living in various parts of Europe will know that year on year, it's just getting hotter and hotter. But there you go. Thank you very much. And also you did that thing about in this hall of mirrors holding up the mirror to the EU in terms of targets and actually adaptation, which could be quite easily done if there was a will. Okay, let's move on to digitalization. The conversation is about if it's essential infrastructure in the future because of the pace of technological change. We know most of our lives already are governed, frameworked by digitalization, and it's only going to increase. And the pace is happening phenomenally, and most of us aren't really aware of exactly what's happening in and around us by tech entrepreneurs, those who are fiddling around with the world system. And I mean by that Musk and Bezos, who are doing a number of things using space and digitalization in phenomenal ways. But we'll find out, I imagine, in a couple of years' time. This conversation is about taking a good look at how we make digitalization work safer, more resilient, and crisis-proof. And so we have a number of discussants around you to stimulate that conversation. But what we want to know by the end, if we can, is to understand from you, your collective wisdom and brain, what are the kind of one or two things that we should be focusing on if we're to take this forward as a policy recommendation, as a part of our renewed social contract? What would it be that we'd say to the Commission or parliamentarians that we should be doing more of and less of? But that's the kind of, I suppose, the tall order and the objective of this conversation. To kick us off, we have a private sector contribution. A real pleasure to have Muriel with us, your business director at Vodafone. It's a very difficult question, I know, but let me just pose it. If the assumption, or what I've set out as the change that's about us, and we're already witnessing it, and we know that Europe is lagging behind both in terms of R&D, but also in terms of digitalization investment, if you like. What do you and others need from government, and what's missing?
Well, tough question, but thank you for asking. Listen, I think I want to start with the positive, thinking first that digitalization works. Yeah, we have many proof points across countries, across sectors that we have benefits from digitalization. And we had the first proof during the pandemic and the COVID time, where actually companies or countries that were already ahead on digitalization and transforming themselves already there were more, coping with the crisis, and they went also faster out of the crisis. So it's already, I think, a good point to say it's working, it can help resilience. But now if I get into the but is coming on the fact that it's unfortunately a bit of a patchwork of initiatives and a bit of a patchwork of connectivity or critical infrastructure. And so we don't get the full potential of having a single market fully digitalized. So I think that to answer your question, I think the first thing we should do is first to accelerate, focus, prioritize digitalization and across member states, that we should have member states all accelerating their rollout on critical infrastructure. And you were mentioning we are lagging behind. Actually, unfortunately, we are also lagging behind connectivity. So just to give you an example, I mean, with the current trend, to reach 60% of 5G coverage across Europe, we will actually take 10 years behind China or US to achieve that with the current trend as of today. So yes, unfortunately, we are lagging behind and we need to accelerate, we need to catch up. And I think that this is the first top priority because it's a key enabler to anything around digitalization. If we don't have already the infrastructure, if we don't have already the connectivity, then how you're going to get digital skills, digital solutions, if you don't have already this as a key enabler. So that's my first kind of alert or kind of need. I think the second one would be around, we need to have probably a more holistic approach. And let me expand into that. I think we need to understand that digitalization is going to impact all our society and will have impact on all and every sectors of the economy. And too often, I feel that when we have the conversation with the government, we have a conversation with one minister, who is the Minister of Telecommunication and digital, and not enough with the rest of the government. So the government strategy should be, digital should be at the heart of the whole government strategy across all sectors, whether we're talking about agriculture, environment, transport, health, education, industry, manufacturing, and so on and so forth. It should be kind of embedded as a strategy holistically, because that's how we will get the whole potential of the benefits. I think the third point for me, which is also, I think, really important, is how we make sure we incentivize more investment on anything around digitalization again. Because first, investment is going to get to a level that has been unprecedented before. Again, back to my example on 5G. 5G is going to require 4 to 5 times more investment than what we had on 4G. But again, we need to catch up on top, and it's not only about infrastructure connectivity, it's about all the digital solutions as well behind that we need also to invest on. And then we need to have and to remove policy barriers, because it's still taking sometimes for us too long to basically roll out our infrastructure. There are bureaucracy, red tape that we need really to reduce as much as possible, because it's delaying our deployment and because it's actually increasing cost. So I think that this is, for me, an important part of the success factors, I would say, if we want to move forward. I want also to emphasize another point which is important when we reflect on investment, which is we are having a very fragmented industry, ICT sector in Europe. Just to give you a bit of a picture, we have 100 network providers across Europe, where in US you will have 3, and in China you will have 3. So we are missing this regional and even local scale. And when we are reflecting on our investment, the return we have, because we don't have the same scale that the Americans or the Chinese will have, is putting a bit of a pressure on our sector. And we are high capital intensive. We are the highest capital intensive in terms of investment over the last decade. Yeah? Equally, our return of capital employed decreased even more over the last 5 years, and now getting down to 5%. So when you have combination of scalability missing, still intense investment we need to do, and we need to continue to increase, not only on coverage, but also on data that is traffic that we need to cope. And then the third point is also we have this challenge around, we are the only deflationary still industry and sector. So price is still going down, which is fantastic for the society, by the way. But this combined, while again we know energy is going by 40% increase, and we need to still have our network operating with electricity and energy, yeah? So when we have this combination of affordability to still maintain, because we want to drive our social contract and we want to still be affordable, plus the scalability that we miss and the fragmentation, that's really creating a bit of a tension on the investment level. And we need to have, my view, a much healthier market structure, locally and regionally, to get the scale and the opportunity here. The last point I would say is really we need to work more together. Together meaning governments, regulators, private sectors, obviously, and the society, the citizens, all together, sharing the learnings, the challenges, because again, there are great initiatives happening, whether on spectrum auctions, whether on EU recovery funds programs that are actually exciting, also coming up. Sharing all those learnings or the challenges we are having would help us to have more collaboration and more, again, harmonized view of what we need to prioritize. Because that's, again, the point. If we have different initiatives all over and we don't scale them up, we will not be able to catch up and to have the full transformation. So that would be kind of my 4 big requests, if I could say so.
It casts a really interesting analogy with John's presentation of the infrastructure for the rail network. It feels as if it was a similar issue. 2 very brief points. You're a company that wants to be in this marketplace, so that we trust you. If we trust you, what are you doing to put your money where your mouth is in terms of social contract? So what is it you're doing to be a different kind of private sector player as a partner to government, rather than simply asking for less regulation? Because there might be people in this room saying, oh, you only want that because you want it to be cheaper, faster, and better. for you, not for the customer. My words, not yours. But it's for you to tell us, how are you as a company ensuring that you're doing your bit for the social contract? And I suppose the second, a brief point is that if we are projecting a 10-year gap, is it possible to close it? And what would that take? Which are both, I know, difficult questions.
Yeah, no, I think, listen, for me, let's start with the first question around social contract, because that's really our core, yeah? We've built our social contract internally, like now years ago, and I think this is really important, and it's starting with inclusivity, by the way, and making sure we have no one's left behind. From business, again, small or large, or public and private, we need to make sure that we are like having full inclusivity here, but also every people, yeah? And that's I think something that we are really embedding into our strategy, whether around pricing, whether around what we've done through charity, through proactive conversation or actions we've been supporting during COVID time, during Ukraine, where we had also proactive actions around giving free roaming, free SIMs, free connectivity, welcoming the refugees in our borders where we are operating as well. So I think that this is for us critical. And it's not only about inclusivity and no one's being left behind. It's also about sustainability, making sure that here as well we can innovate together between private and public sectors, but also with startups, yeah? And we have done lots of initiatives, whether on telemedicines, whether on energy, smart solutions. Sometimes they are just starting with a foundation, or they are starting with a proof of concept, yeah? Because we want to create this simulation together, and then it's about scaling up. So for me, it's coming back to what I was saying earlier. If we don't work together, we cannot have a social contract. Social contract is making sure that all stakeholders are happy, if I could say so, and happiness is actually also from the citizens, and starting from them, actually, but also to the private sector and to the public and to the regulation. Your second question
Closing the gap. Is it possible? What we need? If we're 10 years behind, potentially, right? Is it possible to close that gap?
Well,
What will it take?
Well, I am an optimistic person.
Okay.
So I would say, yes, I think it's possible, providing we are all sharing the same priority, and again, being consistent between our speech. And if we believe, again, digital is actually a priority, then let's execute at pace, yeah? So I think for me, it's really around just making it happen. If it's the real priority, then accelerate this and making sure we can actually support each other on the investment level we need. So I think, yes, it is.
And, and you're French and you're optimistic, it's lovely. And that's not to cast a stereotype at all. But I thought I'd introduce a bit of levity because there's a bit of, stuff going on around that side of the table. So what I understand is that you are saying that it's not about lots more money, it's about smarter use of that money. Because there's a lot of money in the system. There's absolutely quite a lot of money in the system, but it's perhaps not being put in the right direction.
Well, again, coming back to this fragmentation of our ICT sector, the issue is that if we are like 5 operators investing same way on the same infrastructure, how much is the right money? Are we spending the right money? So we need to do, of course, obviously also network sharing, and we are doing so, by the way, to try to leverage, optimize what we're doing together. But I think it's still a bit of a challenge around saying spectrum, cost of investment, scalability. Yes, we need to be probably more efficient on the money we spend, all of us together.
Thank you. Thank you for responding so well to my number of challenging questions. Before I move on to let's say a member state perspective, and so I'm going to invite. We were, by the way, going to have Petra de Soutter, the Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium, but she was there last night at the President's dinner, but unfortunately she has to go and answer questions in the chamber, so she cannot be here with us. But we do have her diplomatic advisor, Annelies, here to represent her and respond to questions. But before I come to you, Annelies, to take the sense of a Belgium, member state example, and I wanted to. I know this is none of this is stage managed, so as a mayor, and I was wondering, when you hear what we've been hearing, does your city feel as if it's kind of ready for a digital revolution? Does Stockholm feel as if it's on the edge of or doing the right thing around digitalisation? Sorry, I know you weren't prepared for that.
No,
but you're here. This is for all of us. It's a round table. That's why you're here.
No, we're trying to transform the city, and I know many cities do as a test bed for new technique, and with the university, academia, and also the business. And of course, we're waiting for the national level to, higher the ambitions when it comes to 5G, but we're trying to see in the city where can we roll out the 5G and the services needed in different places. So we say ICT clusters, we start there, because we see that everything needs to be digital. So we need to both scale what's really working, but also really test things in like cities like living labs. And then you have to have the courage. Not everything is going to work, but you have to put also investments from the city sides. And then there's a risk. Of course, it's taxpayers' money. But we have to do that because it's also, when you benefit, you see the solutions, you can also bring the public value that is needed. So we do a lot of technique, a lot of innovation, and collaborate a lot with business, academia now, much more than just a few years ago. And that's also changed the perspective what a core business of a city do. It's much more than, if we digitalized schools, but that's just the beginning, with the teaching. Now it's the next lifelong learning through digital, new skills and so on. So we need to, we really need to invest in that.
No, indeed. And the reason why I brought you in is because we know cities are at the heart of this change. Most of the population of Europe lives in cities. We know that. And therefore, cities should be at the forefront of this revolution on digitalization. The other point, the reason why I brought you in also is that what we do know is that there are efficiencies to be gained, both in terms of climate action, through digitalization, and a whole range of other things in terms of your public purse, because you could actually automate so much and become a e-government in different ways. But that's not to suggest that sack all civil servants. But I'm saying that there are ways of working that can actually enhance society. But the issue, I suppose, this for all of us, is that when you hear what you were saying, Muriel, that if there were a major cyber attack across cities in Europe, we'd be buggered because there isn't that ability to speak to each other or share information or actually make sense of the crisis that we might be involved in. But just a thought for all of us to think about, because actually we don't have that. There is no resilience built into the EU system. Should there be a worm put in and then, let's say, affecting 3 or 4 major cities, there isn't a plan for that. Unless those of you august people around this table know better than I. And I know that we have a number of people from that world, not least the ex-head of NATO, Jaap here. But my sense is we don't have a clue in that regard. But, I may want you to bring you in or think about that, potentially. Unless you have a view now?
I don't know if I have a view, Ramendra, no, but the discussion has come up, 2 points. Discussion have come up. Is it wise not to have any cash in our homes anymore? And what happens if I don't have cash and the system breaks down? Nothing much, I'm afraid. If I can't pay anything anymore, not only petrol for my car, but the bread and butter and so on and so forth. That's point number 1. And I think we should war game these situations. And that should be done on a European level. We never do that. We take it for granted, as we took the world for granted before COVID struck.
Indeed.
Second remark, after the very interesting presentation, it's more a question I have as a European. Why is it that between 80 and 90%, 90% of all European data are stored on foreign servers, and more specifically on 4 or 5 American servers, with vendor locks in them, so that you cannot, as a company or as a group, switch easily from one cloud to the other, like the SIM lock in your telephone. In other words, on this whole digitization, it's fine, it's great, and we all make use of it. But what if something happens nobody expected, like Wuhan and COVID?
Brilliant. I'm glad I brought you in. I hope we're tweeting that. We need a war game approach to security and resilience across Europe, but also you bring it down to the right basics. Actually, we could talk forever, but if our data is being owned and stored somewhere else which we have no access to, the game's a bogey. At the end of the day, we could talk endlessly, but actually someone else has got the treasure and also access. Thank you very much. Any other reactions to what we've heard just now? Isabel, can we have the microphone? Or just come, yeah, please do. Introduce yourself, Isabel.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm Isabelle Durand. I'm a member of the board of Friends of Europe and previous Minister of Transport in Belgium, a long time ago. Just one question, because I think that the question of data flows is something very important. I know that at a European level there is a visualization of data flows, but data flows is really the key issue regarding the economic benefit of digital economy. It's not only a question of investment, it's a question of management of the data. And I would like to know what is the point of view of the speakers regarding this question and how we could do that for us on European level, but also support this capacity for developing countries, because it's not only an issue which is European-based. I mean, it's also something which is worldwide, and that we have to take into account that digitalization, cooperation for digitalization with developing countries is as important also for us, not only for them, of course for them, but more than that also for us. So the question of data flows for me is really key. Thank you.
Isabel, thank you. I mean, obviously, this is a roundtable, so if anybody else has got an answer to that, please feel free to raise your hand. We do. Excellent, please. Not an answer to that, but you want another question, another issue? Please do. Do introduce yourself, and I'll come back to some of the contributors in a moment.
Yes.
Introduce yourself, please.
Yes, Hélène Conway-Mouret, I'm a member of the French Senate. Yes, the question of security of data, I think, is essential today. And with the confinement, we were all in front of our screens, and I know that a lot of startups have actually produced platforms that could have been used, and I do not see any move towards having European platforms to replace the American platform. So I'd like to know if there is kind of a move towards that, because you said quite rightly that there's 100, different, I don't know what term to use, platforms, is it? Mm-hmm. Or
yeah,
systems?
Networks.
Okay.
Networks.
So is there a move? I know that there is competition between all of those, but is there a move towards trying to go to mergers and be a bit more competitive? And the second question I have is about space. There's quite a lot of chaos up there. Anybody today can send satellites, clusters of satellites. Mm-hmm. The private sector has no regulation as to what is being sent. And is it going to be the case that very soon there will be just too many satellites and things just flying up there, maybe crashing, or also having some countries in a position to actually destroy some of the main satellites that we need for our communication systems? And if that was the case, that will be, again, a very serious security matter for a lot of countries.
Thank you for those powerful questions. I don't think our contributors can make a response to that necessarily, but we do have a representative from European Space Agency around the table, who I'll bring in a moment. But before, Pilvi, do introduce yourself again.
And if there is one commissioner who has taken this to the heart, it's really actually our commissioner in charge of digitalization. In Finland, we call it tsunami of legislation we are currently dealing with. So we actually have 5 acts that we have been dealing, and all those who are in those ministries know what I'm talking about. The last one being the Data Act that is being discussed currently between the Council and the Parliament. So it's particularly in this field that actually that really a lot is happening. Very complex, I must say, quite into it, so I'm not going to start opening all the files and what is being discussed. But as an example, for instance, what is the role of a city if it wants to use certain data that has been collected by several companies, and so on and so on. So we are trying, I think, now to have our Brussels effect on this discussion, whether we will be more successful than with our competition laws vis-a-vis huge American companies, we don't know yet. But I think one should say this loud here that we don't discuss something that I think at the moment is really in motion.
Yes, but I suppose the challenge will be, and it's good that you're raising it, but as Jaap said, if it's already in the hands and ownership of a very limited number of American companies who have gone off storage and the cloud access, it'll be interesting to know. Shall I bring you in, actually? Our next contributor, this is Annelies, who's the diplomatic advisor to the Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium. If you want to respond to that, then I'll ask you my question.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to chip in, because indeed at the European Council of Ministers on Telecom, there's a huge, like you said, tsunami of legislative framework that is coming towards us. The Data Act, Data Governance Act, the Artificial Intelligence Act. We had the DMA, DSA already adopted. But I wanted to also reply to the remark made by Jaap de Hoop Scheffer with regard to that data are the data centers are outside of Europe, on which the data of government services are stored. And actually, several European countries, and among others, Amélie de Montchalin, the former French Minister of Public Administration, initiated this, are obliging companies to have their data centers in Europe. And the Deputy Prime Minister Petra de Zutter recently visited a place in Belgium where Google will build lots of new data centers in Belgium. And I think more and more governments, European governments, are obliging providers also to provide data centers on European soil to foresee this backup if there's anything going on or happening, that the data of public administrations of Europe remain in Europe.
There's a bit of an irony in what you've just said, that Google will build the data center. You know that, right? Google, it's still US. And not that, I mean, we're partners with Google, we think they're good people, but we also know they have been fined on various occasions, as have many private sector companies. But is that the solution? Because I was watching the room as you said, well, Google's going to be building these things in. But it's about the, I suppose, progeny and also the access. And ownership, and whether you can do that when a company that may be registered out of Ireland and elsewhere can actually then give up that data, and which is a key issue. I know a couple of people want to come in. Malcolm, I'll bring you in, then I'll come back to you, Annalise, if I may. Introduce yourself, please.
So Malcolm Byrne, and I'm a senator from Ireland, where we store 30% of Europe's data, there is a debate around data centers and how much energy they consume, but I certainly think there is the question around control of data and how we use data, and whatever about the challenge of data that may be stored outside of Europe and the debate that's going on with the US. I do think we need to have a debate around how China is using or misusing data in that society. But it feeds into this bigger question around, and when we talk about national legislation, and we're all legislating nationally, and at EU level at the moment, you know, there's the AI Act, and there's the Digital Services Act, and the Digital Market Act. And I think part of the challenge is because technology is changing so quickly, and we have a convergence of new technology, and for a lot of legislators, we don't understand all of the detail, of it, and we're lobbied very heavily by the industry, to a certain extent by NGOs. I think one of our challenges is going to be around, at a global level, and particularly for democracies, is this question around global regulation, that we have a kind of an ethical framework as to how these technologies are going to be deployed, so that at a global level, how our data is going to be used, and GDPR is a good basis here, but we certainly don't want European data to be used in the way China has been using it. How AI and quantum computing, as these new technologies come in, it's going to be impossible for us, bar that we actually get AI to start doing the regulation, to keep up with how quickly this is happening. And I think what is important then, as decision makers, and we need to work with industry, is to develop kind of global standards in much the same way as we would have when we had the nuclear non-proliferation treaties, that if we are going to roll out all of these new technologies, here are the standards that we expect companies to follow. Here are the ethical basis, that it has to be for the common good, that it has to guard against any form of algorithmic bias. It's not just at a European level, I think it has to be done at a global level. I mean, we have to cooperate, and I think other countries with similar democratic values.
Malcolm, can I just challenge you a bit on that instance about standards? I suppose that it goes back to what I was saying in the morning. We have international meetings, international agreements, yet the scale and the pace of change is limited. how will a standard do anything in the situation that we're talking about right now, where we've heard what the scale of the challenge is from Muriel? We need to get our acts together. The time is now. A standard isn't going to help us, I don't feel, but just respond to that challenge.
Well, I think it's when technology is being designed,
Right.
and within companies, it's at design stage.
Okay.
So, yeah, and it's that we guard against algorithmic bias. That companies and designers are aware. Look, we need to check before we roll out particular products that we have the checklist and things need to be followed, because it's. And I don't think we should underestimate, the scale of both the challenge and the opportunity that's going to present. If we look at about how combining AI with big data, about how we are going to be able to make incredibly complex decisions, crucial decisions over the next number of years, it's going to be impossible to try to keep up with the how do we regulate the metaverse? Our problem is, as legislators, we tend to respond to things that have happened.
Precisely.
This is just the pace of what's happening now is too quick. So I think we've got to start to look at, and I know we haven't touched about digital literacy and digital education. That's important as well. But I do think we need to start to get about, when we look at the design stage of all of these platforms, very clear criteria around ensuring it's for the common good and guarding against how it might be misused.
And you're absolutely right, but this is not meant to be disrespectful. How many in your Senate feel able to do digital auditing?
But we're not. In nearly every parliament it applies. I get embarrassed if you look at U.S. Congress. When U.S. Congress and members of the U.S. Congress have a hell of a lot more advisors than European politicians, and you see the type of questions that are being asked, and in a sense, it's, oh my God, how have they asked that question? But that's a general problem. I would say that...
No, indeed. That's what I'm saying. You're talking about that. Yes, this is my issue. Is that how do you make sure? Is it the EU's role to create capability, to create that? Additionally, it's a different form of governance. It's like a IT governance that you require, because actually setting the standard, you're only going to get PwC or another agency to come in and say, have you got it safe by design?
No. But I'd go and it has to be. What are the core principles we want? So if we roll out AI to solve big decisions, that we make sure that at design stage safeguards are in, that that there's no algorithmic bias, that it can only be used for particular purposes, that individuals' data is safeguarded. Those are common principles.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I'll come back to because this has generated a reaction, which is really good, but it's only from 3 men, unfortunately. Some of the women need to engage in this too. 4 men. So I'm going to start with you first. Go on, introduce yourself.
Hi, Nicholas Bryan. I'm the chairman of the European Startup Network, and it definitely is totally critical conversation that we're having at the moment. The number of cyber attacks has been multiplied by 4 during the lockdown. We've seen similar trends as the Ukrainian war started. My question will be about security. We've seen many of these cyber attacks coming from state actors. And when we look at the cybersecurity, the security of the cyberspace, there is no such a thing as the Geneva Convention for the cyberspace. You can have a cyber army attacking civilian infrastructures just like yours at Vodafone or at Orange. And we don't have any form of transnational treaty or transnational organization to prevent that. So my question is quite simple. When are we building a coalition to have a Geneva Convention for the cyberspace?
And is that what you'd want?
It's vital. From a startup perspective, obviously, we can create the metaverse, the blockchain, the AI, whatever. If we don't have a safe and sound infrastructure with no one attacking civilian infrastructures,
indeed,
it's just useless.
Okay, do you believe that the current multilateral institutional framework is able to do it? Would you create something separate, or do you think, is it NATO? Is it UN? Is it
Do you want to sleep here tonight? Because clearly that's a big conversation, but so far
But you could just answer, no, you don't think it is, or it's something
from
else.
a very civil society perspective,
yeah.
I feel like the actual formats are failing. The UN hasn't been able to grasp the technology issues. The transatlantic tech council is a bit of, it's a very bureaucratic thing. So why don't we build it at European level? We've been quite good at passing strong European regulations. That's definitely something that we can push for.
Excellent. Just for everyone's knowledge, that's why I was pushing you, really. I was being vested interest. We're just about to commence a piece of work on questioning and rethinking multilateralism. And our idea is to come up with what should it look like in Europe and the world. And we're bringing together an august body in November. So watch this space for more information on that. But you're right, we need it. And that's what we're saying, that the current institutional infrastructure isn't fit for purpose. If you look at NATO, UN, WTO, none of them have they've only started their cluster of activity on digitalisation and security, but none of them are up to scale and as they should be right now. Yourself, and then Xavier, and then yourself. Very, very briefly.
Yeah, I think I wanted to go back
Introduce yourself again,
I'm Xavier, European Young Leader, and I was in Silicon Valley for 7 years, so in some of those rooms designing products. So I wanted to react to that. That's the right point, actually. It's really at the design phase, but then the question is who is in the room? And that goes back to ownership. Who owns those companies, right? And so, and if it's only going to be Silicon Valley that's going to create those companies, and it's not going to be any Europeans, that's, we are not going to have a seat at the table. So to me, really, I feel like we should think strongly as Europeans, like how do we create more cooperatives in those fields, right? Where is the Vodafone co-op? Right? So that we make sure that all the stakeholders are actually represented in the ownership structure, so that social responsibility is not an afterthought or marketing, but is actually built in by design also of the underlying structure.
It's a very good recommendation. Let's put that in the mix. Thank you very much. Yourself.
Hello, my name is Valerie Vermeulen. I'm a mathematician, musician, and I'm combining theoretical physics and music using data science.
Wow.
So a little bit a different angle. Yeah, thank you. What I'm a bit missing here is, of course, I'm also an educator, is the data literacy that would be needed from the citizens, because, of course, we saw that with the pandemic. A lot of problems arose from people are now angry, are now very negative against data science, against scientific modeling. And of course, I think it's going to be very important for everyone, as inclusive region of the population as possible, to have this data literacy, because otherwise it will fail. Well, that's a little bit my thought. So. And of course, the question is there? I think there is a vision from the European Union to tackle that question, because it is a very pertinent and a very, very direct question, I think.
What would make life better for you as an educator? What would you want?
Well, I think, and that's also something practically that I, for example, break the division, for example, between the arts education and the scientific education. Because, if you work with universities who are into science education or art education, and to make those bridges is still very, very difficult here in Europe. I think a lot of work is being done there, because in this way you can also get a younger generation participate in some more creative practices and approaches in arts or in science, and those are things you need to re-establish the belief in a sort of a scientific method, and to break down, to counter this whole anti-scientific movement and that's also connected, of course, to, it's a sort of a fascist movement, you could say also, if you put it in a longer stream. So
thank you. So I know Alice is desperate to come in. I'm going to bring you in, but this chap I had already promised to come in. Alessandro, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Can we come back to Railway just to ask for? Oh, thank you.
Very briefly, though.
Alexander Nikolsky. I'm from Macedonia. I'm a politician, member of parliament, vice president of my political party. I would like a little bit to talk about railway. I think it's great subject. And I think we should not talk only about EU, but as well, we should not forget neighboring countries, Western Balkans. You all know Orient Express from the history. There was at least one of the two big world wars for that region. In this moment, it doesn't exist. Theoretically exists because there is a railway, but if you, for example, try to take a train from Vienna or from Budapest to Thessaloniki, it's impossible. And in the past, they were taking train from Paris and they were going directly to Baghdad. So unfortunately, in railway, we are now far behind where we were in the 19th century. And that's why I'm raising this issue, because it can be opposite. With fast railway, you can sit in a train in Vienna or Budapest, and in 5 hours, you can be on a sea for your vacation. Option A, or option B, that is the best way to relax the northern ports of Europe, meaning Antwerp here or Hamburg, because there are two big ports, that is Piraeus and Thessaloniki, that are not used well because there is no proper infrastructure. How this can be done? There is already a project for fast railway between Belgrade and Budapest. As well, there is fast railway between Budapest and Vienna. There is two fast railway between Athens and Thessaloniki. What is missing in this moment is fast railway between Belgrade, Skopje, and Thessaloniki. Why I'm raising this? Because I think building this infrastructure will help Europe a lot, mainly strategically, because let's not forget that this was the first project that China announced when they announced their initiative Belt and Road 6 years ago. They said, we will buy the ports, meaning Piraeus, which they were successful in, and Trieste, and then we will build a fast railway between Athens, Budapest, and Vienna. Part of this railway is financed by Chinese money, but I think EU should jump in here. For example, my personal dream, I think Skopje and Thessaloniki should be connected with fast railway, and in 1.5 hours, you go from Skopje to Thessaloniki, from one to the other side of geographical Macedonia, or from Skopje to Vienna, you go for 3 hours, or as I said, from Vienna to the sea, you go for 5 hours. That will reduce a lot pollution, because you don't need to take planes, regardless whether they're cheap or normal airlines, to go to vacation, but as well trade, which will help booster the economy of this entire region. So that's why I think this should be focus of EU, to allow granting for the 3 countries, for Greece, for Macedonia, and for Serbia, to finish this fast railway and to connect Europe with its south, and to connect EU with EU, because you have EU country that is not connected with the rest of EU countries, and it should pass through 2 countries that are candidate in this moment. It's my country, Macedonia, and Serbia, which I hope one day will be members. So it's a great initiative. I'm happy to hear this. And I think as a conclusion maybe of all this day, we can add one remark to EU as a recommendation that they should fund fast railway instead of Chinese doing that in the south of Europe.
Well noted. It's being sent around on social media right now. And the thing is that if we've learned anything from the Ukraine situation is that you know, we knew what was going on, and we also had data about what was going on from other, let's say, actors, not just Russia in the region, but we ignored it. And so what you're giving us is real-time information. You either, you know, get in there or give it up to the Chinese in terms of infrastructure, which is not meant to be anything other than just a political statement rather than anything other than that, and geopolitical statement. Annelies, I'm going to bring you in finally. And apologies for the delay, but it was interesting to get this feedback. We heard from Muriel about the challenge in terms of markets and infrastructure across Europe, let's say. Belgium has been applauded for its plan, you know, its resilience recovery plan. You've been regarded as doing a really good thing, okay? Can you share with us what you're doing to ensure that if you're building essential infrastructure across Belgium, what's the impact on closing the social inequality gap?
Thank you very much. And indeed, I'm going to talk about what we do in Belgium to close the digital gap, the digital divide, and digital literacy is one of the elements. basically, if you want everyone to participate in the digital progress acceleration, there are two things. You need, first of all, access to the internet, and secondly, also digital literacy. And it's all about connectivity, as we mentioned, and if you're not part of it, you're actually outside the society, because many services are actually based on digital services. And so what do we do in Belgium? Actually, the digital gap can really affect everyone. So there often we think of older people having difficulties with internet, etc. But according to a recent study, 40% of Belgian citizens are actually at the risk of digital exclusion. And the Belgian government is investing more than 10 million at the moment to close the digital gap and in promoting projects that enhance digital literacy. And I want to make a brief connection as well to the European level, because part of the digital compass, one of the 4 pillars, is working on skills and on digital literacy skills. At the moment, 10% of Belgian citizens, they don't have a fast internet connection at home. And this can be caused either because of affordability or because of availability. When it comes to affordability, and you also refer to that, we have a social tariff system in Belgium, which we are at the moment, we are reforming that. Basically, a lot of people who have a right to the social tariff are not using or requesting it. So we want to improve the uptake of the access to the social tariff. Yeah, and with regard to, that is with regard to affordability, the social tariff system. With regard to availability, we need to eliminate the so-called white zones. So what are white zones? Those are remote areas, often where there's no or limited internet coverage. And often why is that? Because there's no, it's too costly for a company. So as a government, we put money into it to eliminate those white zones. And actually, we are putting a lot of hopes on 5G in that respect as an alternative. We had the auction of 5G last summer in Belgium, and we put as one of the, for awarding the 5G licenses, we put as a precondition that we place stricter coverage obligations on the operators from 98% to 99.80%, so that's very high.
But Annelies, for a moment, just on that point, did you think about collaborating with neighbour states on your auction?
Well, I think, if I understand it correctly, because I'm not the expert, auctions at the moment happen nationally.
Yes. No, I know they do.
Yeah.
They don't need to do they?
Spectrum is specific for...
There you go. No, I know, but it's going back to the original opening session. It doesn't have to be that way, surely. But anyway, that wasn't. You know, I just wanted to know. But I know what you. I know the answer, but I just wanted to know because I don't think it means that you can't. That's all. Go on.
Well, we're talking about auctions, but it doesn't mean there's a lot of cross-border cooperation with regard to the cross-border connections. So that's really actively being worked upon, and there's European money for that as well to invest in those cross-border connections. Also with the Benelux countries, we are working on that. And so I was talking about 5G, and so the idea is that it would help with eliminating white zones, because through the fixed wireless access technology, I don't know if you've heard about it, it converts a mobile signal into via a modem into Wi-Fi. And so it's already happening now with 4G, but with the speed of 5G, it will make a huge difference, and also in very remote areas, you will be able to have internet, whereas now it's too costly to have a fixed cable connection. With regard to digital literacy, so I was referring, I mentioned the importance of digital literacy and the need to work on strengthening digital skills, and especially for more vulnerable groups. And in Belgium, what we are at the moment experimenting with are DG desks in post offices, where people who have problems, who do not understand how to use an application, etc., for paying their taxes or other issues, they can come to a postal office and get help at that DG desk. That's a kind of very concrete project. Also, one of the projects we are working on. It's called Women in Digital. We want to attract more women in the ICT sector. Because at the moment, only 17.7% are women, and we're missing out on a huge pool of talent. And we need to tap into that talent which is available in society. So we are also working on that.
I need you to wrap up, actually, because I'm running out of time, as ever.
Yeah, so maybe to close up, the last element I wanted to talk about is the twin transitions. At the European level, we're talking about transitions, green and digital. And that's something really at the heart for the Deputy Prime Minister De Sutter. And maybe I can already reveal right now that it will be one of the priorities for the Belgian presidency in 2024 of the EU, the first semester, that we will focus on this.
On what? Just for the...
The twin transition is, so you cannot have a green transition without a digital transition, and you cannot have a digital transition without a green transition. And we already mentioned that data centers use a lot of data, a lot of energy. So it's also a challenge to try to reduce the ecological footprint of the digital economy. So that's
Thank you. Thank you for revealing that. And we can tweet that bit, actually, because you've obviously listened to our Connected Europe report, which was one of our biggest recommendations in that report, was to actually treat the transition as one between digital and climate. So, remember, thank you, and sorry for cutting you short. I'm going to go to Pilvi. Pilvi, Minister of State in terms of combining communication and transport. So I'm really fascinated to hear what you're doing in Finland, but your response to some of the issues that have been raised, because you were quite keen to come in on the back of what you've just heard, in terms of being able to, I suppose, develop further for us how you're doing it differently and or better.
I mean, I should perhaps begin by saying that I don't think this should be in any ways a competition in Europe, because this is really a joint effort if we are going to sort of do well in the world scale. But why I actually wanted to come in, as I had prepared some thoughts coming from Helsinki here today, and I think it just makes sense for the audience also to have this sort of Belgium and the Finnish view a little bit. I had 3+1 bonus point. Let's see if I ever get to the bonus. But first, I think, is that there was the question sort of what have we learned from the crises? And I think we can also turn it into a very positive, that we actually have seen, for instance, in the Finnish context, through the crises, that our society was pretty resilient and prepared, both in terms of infrastructure and in terms of people. And if we look at, and how would I defend this thesis, is that schools were closed 0 days, so they were able actually to move to somewhat digital or home learning without a single day of missing school. 5G at the moment, there was the average of Europe that was mentioned. It's currently with us 84%. And the user, if you look at the population side, mobile phone used by 99% of households, 90% use tablets. And we just had a recent figure, 75%, at least weekly, use such public authority or banking health service that require sort of safe bank credentials or other strong identification, 75% of entire population, all age groups. So as conclusion, the first point I wanted to make is that it seems that a sort of relatively long-term technology policy, including spectrum auctions, cooperation, private and public, quite a lot of cooperation also with citizens, has developed this sort of trust-based, human-centered approach that showed its strength during the crisis years. So this is not so much a sort of pro-Finland speech. I think it's a pro-values and pro the way that things have been done for 30 years in this spectrum, and which then was important in the moment of crisis. Then as a second point, when looking ahead to the future, this was the most important reason why I wanted to take the floor now. It was mentioned the digital compass. I think this is a very important tool, actually, if it's used in a right way in Europe. And I think this is where this, what was our goal, also policy recommendations could come in. Mm-hmm. If everyone is not following all this field so closely as we must professionally do, so last summer EU announced as part of the Digital Decade 2030, the digital compass, and each member state is asked to do their own version. And we did it in Finland in the past months, and it was actually finalized last week and given as a strategy document to the government. And why I think it's important, because it comes to the level that people actually understand digitalization. So it has the element of skills, element of public services, element of infrastructure, and element of the digitalization of private companies. And you can look all those 4 areas in a very practical and pragmatic way in each member state, and then come together and see where you are. Cybersecurity is, of course, part of the digital compass. So when we had this morning our young people with bus ice cream, or Francesca without having the sort of social benefits during the COVID, that will be solved during, for instance, public services. In Finland, we are testing the idea of, we have identified 40 life events from birth to death, finishing your studies, getting divorced, and trying to digitalize each of them from the perspective of the person in the coming few years. And so I think that this will really take us forward. And when you mentioned about decision making and the ministries being in silos, instead of having a ministry for digitalization, we actually introduced a group of ministers, and under them group of civil servants, which we call Digital Office. And that has proven to be a very good way actually to bring the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Communications together. And then thirdly, to the skills. I don't think it's point of talking actually about this title, Digitalization as Essential Social Infrastructure, unless we actually say that it will not, how much we invest on infrastructure. If we don't have the education and skills in place and planned, we will not get much out of it. Even in the Finnish context, where we try to sort of be very careful that there is enough R&D on 5G, currently the network is there, but less actually, I think, startups utilizing it than we thought. Not to speak about the understanding of the sort of cyber issues and so on. So I think that's where we should perhaps start asking our whys, and that would have been my sort of bonus comment. If you read my bio, all my working life has been somehow related to education globally and nationally. And I think we should also bring these elements which actually make people see that we can really make world better, not only having digital services, but do things differently in the digital era. And I give you one example. 150 years ago, it was a revolution when we introduced mass education in our societies, the idea that most children should be at school. But we, of course, did it as part of the national state framework. And that has been the model in the world. Today, we are all products, more or less, of our national school systems that have very nationally binding laws and so on. What if today we set a goal by 2030, we have some elements in our curriculum that actually are common? Digitalization, cybersecurity, climate change, certain elements of inequality. We could do that. We have the digital platforms now. 150 years ago, we did not. So I think we should, at the same time, when we talk about this sort of infrastructure as essential elements of our society, think also, say also to next generation that you can actually bring in, you can actually have a different experience in your life because where we are at in our digital
it's a very clear recommendation.
And that I would develop now.
Thank you. It's a very clear recommendation. We should, I think, all of that, a lot of nodding heads. And I suppose the only thing from some of the people I can imagine around the table, it's also being able to be digitally literate in terms of your own activism and exercising your democratic rights. Because we don't actually prepare young people to understand citizenship, democracy, and how do you actually change stuff by your own actions or community actions. So if you were to pull that into the mix, it would be very good. And the thing is, I think that at the moment, our digital literacy is being defined by the private sector, whether that's TikTok, online buying, etc. We've got a lot of people who would not necessarily be digitally literate, but are doing those things and learning a different kind of literacy. And I suppose my worry is that, before we know it, if we don't do something in the next couple of years, Bezos will have Amazon education on offer for communities across the world. Anyway, thank you very much for those comments and those conclusions. I'm going to now turn, before I come to you, is for the space perspective. We have someone who's been waiting very patiently, and I feel very bad because you have been, preparing and watching this debate. We have, as we have with all our sessions, a citizen contribution. And Sophie has been very brave to be here today. She's from Sophie's part of our Debating Europe Citizens panel. And what we asked her to do is reflect on the issues that we were discussing from her perspective as a student in higher education. Sophie, over to you.
Well, thank you, and hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to start off by thanking Friends of Europe for this amazing and dynamic event. And I say dynamic because I truly believe that it's so important to also have European citizens' voices heard at this event on topics that concern all actors in society. And I think that is of tremendous value to you as politicians, policymakers, and people from the corporate world. And of course, digitalization is such a topic that we can all agree on is very lively today, and we will continue to even do so in the future. Now, for us European citizens, digitalization is a beautiful collaborative story that is being written right now at a very rapid pace. And this rapid pace, of course, can be explained by the recent crises that we've had and unfortunately are still enduring right now. But I think we can really reflect that it really has made our society way more interconnected than ever before. It's made our industries more productive, also more competitive, and it's made our governments have to become a bit more transparent and inclusive as well. But of course, as with every good story, there's always some side effects and some concerns. And as was said before, I've been in quite some debates of Debating Europe, and in these debates, concerns were voiced about digitalization, which I would like to bring to you right now. And I think it will not come as a surprise to you when I say that privacy is the main concern among citizens. One of the people on the panel even said that our data has become like the new oil. So I think we do carry a really big responsibility in that, all of us do. But what we citizens expect from the public and private sector is really enhanced and increased transparency and continued transparency. And then another concern that was raised that goes hand in hand with privacy is cybercrime. And of course, this can have tremendous issues and consequences for all of us. So I really think that it's so crucial for all of us to stay up to date on the recent techniques, but also working together, because I don't see that often that people from the private sector and public sector are really transparent about it and working together, like, okay, this is happening. And also giving the people, society, the tools in order to detect the cybercrime easier. And that way we can also prevent it a bit more. But of course, that also comes with a drastic change that is needed in our legal system right now, because we're not at all prepared for that. So that's definitely something that needs to be looked at really at an urgent matter as well. And then besides, of course, privacy and cybercrime has been mentioned here already before, the inclusivity of all is also something that really concerns us citizens. And of course, we can see people are already, like, with this lifelong learning attitude, getting really more digitalized. Newer generations are digital natives, I would say even. But we must not forget that we do not all have the tools and the funds or the knowledge to enjoy digitalization even. And I think that's really important to realize, especially when you think of the elderly, people in low-income households, but also local entrepreneurs who really have to beat up against like new innovations that are constantly developing in society, whilst they do not get the funding from the government or the knowledge even, the support that's out there. So they're really lacking behind, and yeah, they might even not survive. And of course, especially with the inclusivity of all, I really think that civil society needs to take their responsibility first. But what I would like to see happening from the public and private sector is some monitoring in that, some measurement indicators to really indicate where things are going wrong and to make sure this gap, which is there, hopefully in the future we can start to close it, but that it does not enlarge. That's exactly the opposite of what we want to happen. And then, of course, besides the concerns, we also talked about the sectors in which we really want to see digitalization happen. And I think education is really something that we're looking forward to, more digitalization. And I don't mean just like having classes online or whatever, but I really mean teaching people in any type of course more about what they can get out of digitalization, because it is the future for us young professionals. We really need to have that in order to stay competitive as well as Europeans. Another sector, also healthcare, is definitely something that we want to see, but also the labor market. I feel like we really need to push into that as well in order, again, for that competitiveness as us young potentials to remain as well.
Great.
So
thank you. Sophie, thank you very, very much. I think you deserve an applause for that.
Thank you.
Very clear, very comprehensive. And, you know, that sense of looking further afield than yourself in your own generation, which is so important and critical. Thank you for that. A very brilliant presentation. I've run out of time, but and I'm really sorry, I know that some of our colleagues have to leave, especially Mira, I know that you're going to be having to catch a plane, but, and I'm sorry for that, but we're going to close off with a contribution about space, because space is critical. It's the new frontier, mind the pun, but it is. And we have Christoph been very, very patient here, sitting. And I wanted you to set out for us, because there's been a lot of conversation in various ways around digitalization. What space holds is the key to transformation on a lot of these issues, if I'm not wrong. Share your knowledge with us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here and replace my director that unfortunately could not come. But really very interesting discussion, and it's very interesting to be part of it, not from space, but directly listening to you now. Now, what is very striking to me, you know, is that we feel from the space side a transformation of our industry, and indeed it is very much linked to what is happening worldwide at the moment, you know. 5 years ago, it was the old world. Peace, prosperity, and stability. Stability from the solution, stability to deploy the fiber, you know, kilometer after kilometer and so on. You could plan. And the position of satellite, when we speak about connectivity, I'm really speaking about connectivity, was to be a complement to the terrestrial network, to be available to provide connectivity where it's not available from the terrestrial solution. So it has been for 50 years over the oceans. Now it is quite current over the airs when we take the plane, and it's good. And it has also been, of course, a key tool for defense forces for many years. But now we are really speaking about connectivity for the public, again, in complement to the deployment of fiber and 5G and so on. Again, we have to understand that you start the deployment of fiber, at this very moment, you can already deploy enough satellite capacity to, from the start, at the same time, offer connectivity for the last 5% of the population that will not see fiber in less than 15 years and so on. Again, I'm speaking about complementarity. But I don't want to insist on this because it is quite, I would say, well-known and so on. We are in a new world now. You know, we are not speaking about stability, about, you know, the old debate we have been talking about here for 20 years. Well, how can satellite 5G or 4G and fiber complement in an effective manner? What we are speaking about is how to tackle and address instability, insecurity, and so on. And this is the challenge now. You know, satellite today, and I think it has been clearly demonstrated in the Ukraine contest, but also in many, many tragic situations, is available as a complement to a terrestrial solution. What is the best way to be resilient? To have the telecom infrastructure that is becoming more resilient at a time where 5G has strong advantages, but it is also the dynamic behind 5G is to transform segregated network into one deeply integrated network. It means point of failure, very much focused in impact. Of course, protected. I don't want to worry anyone. But we know the kind of threat we have today, the kind of really tragic event that can happen. And so really the idea today would be to have a second pillar. For sure, terrestrial solution and space solution are complement. They don't have the same point of failure. You know, I had a question a little bit earlier. Is it possible to destroy a satellite? It is possible. It is much more complex to destroy 100 satellites at the same time. It is highly visible, and it has been demonstrated recently. It was much more easy to cut an internet backbone even in the floor of the oceans, than to destroy a satellite. So again, there is this kind of complementarity, and this is very much what we are working on with terrestrial operators, terrestrial solution companies. And this convergence is very much in the standard itself, because the 5G standard is very much technology agnostic when we speak about access network, and it will ease again about, for the users, the transparent use. When you are moving from the heart of the cities to the rural areas, to the scene of war, you will have the same terminal. It can work in a transparent way. If there is a cyber attack, if there is a disruption, if there is a destruction of a base station, of a management center at the heart of a region, okay, satellite can be available for 1 hour, 1 week, 1 month, and avoid this kind of disruption. I want to emphasize one thing also. Unfortunately, we have two fundamental trends, because we could say, be optimistic, of course, as we are in space, because we look to the future and say, Ukraine is one tragic event now. It will never happen again and disappear in 2 years. Let's be optimistic. But actually, what we were working on 2 years ago was not this. It was not war. No one could imagine war, I think, in Europe. But it was, what we had on the TV every year? Flooding in Bangladesh, half of a country over water for 1 month. Well, this kind of disruption about half of a district in France, I take France because I'm French, maybe you notice in my accent, but I mean the impact of it by any reason, any measures is huge. And what made, 10 years ago when we were already working on this, I was working with firefighters 10 years ago, how can we have better terminals in this kind of situation when I don't have terrestrial networks for 2 hours? Now it is 2 weeks, 1 month in the south of France, or in the north of Germany. So it really means that to address this kind of threat that is here to last, we are really speaking about integrating technology. And integrating technologies, of course, it is the last part of what I would like to say. Well, it's good to have solutions, but resilience, if it is resilience in times when everything is quiet and stable, it's not resilience, it is comfort. Resilience is, I want it to work when nothing will work, for many good reasons. And this resilience, again, it can be implemented through this two-pillar approach, technical solution, complementary space solutions, and again, addressing all these needs from this perspective. To be sure that, again, we have 2 legs instead of 1, that it works smoothly, that it is effective. And if I may, because the key question behind it, how can we make it more efficient in Europe, where we may have limited resources? The best way, as you said, Madam, is effective use of private and public resources. And we are very well known to this in space, because in space, you are not deploying a BTS once after once. You are deploying systems, and the smallest one is 500 million euro, and the constellation of Musk is 20 billion. So if we want to have something in Europe, we have to work together, industry, service providers, operators, and of course the public organization like the EU with the Secure Connectivity Initiative and ESA, that is there through its Telecom Directorate to work with industry, to partner with them, to be innovative, to be ready in time to deliver the solution, and to work with any public organization to help them plan how they can do the best use possible of these space solutions.
Would that be your flagship recommendation to the Commission? If there's one thing that, because people have been, as you know, we have a space program which we're working with you on, and one of the key things that has been coming up is space traffic management. So we're having an event late next month on how do you manage space traffic, and what are the things that we need to be thinking about. And that came out of a discussion similar to this. If there was the one big ask, given what you're just saying and the urgency that we heard from Vodafone and others, what would be the one big flagship thing that the Commission could do in partnership with you and others?
I mean, there are many important topics.
And the one that's going to be the one that's going to be the tipping point that will really sort some of this out, which you've just been talking about.
let's work together to deploy the secure connectivity initiative that is a space solution that is needed today to have Europe independent in this topic in a complementary way to our renewed sovereignty in terrestrial telecommunication and space telecommunication.
Do you want to take the mic as your final word?
No, I mean, completely with the complementarity, completely with the resilience. Actually, we're working together already.
Absolutely.
But I think you didn't mention you need to secure your funding, yeah, from Europe on making sure, because the investment is also massive, yeah, to make sure that we are like having the benefit of that for the long term.
Thank you. But also it goes back to that point of individual auctioning. I have to say, it doesn't really make sense, and it doesn't really bode well for creating an internal digital market. However, on that note, pleasant note, with some good ideas, some good thoughts, I have to wrap it up because I'm running late and I'm going to eat again into your coffee break, which I don't want to do. But I want to thank all our contributors, our kind of discussers that have kind of provoked our thinking. So thank you to you and also to Sophie. Thank you very much. And you now have a break for about 25 minutes, and then we have our final session. So don't run away. Do stay for the last one because we've got a stonking panel of contributors, but also a big idea session on there. So thank you all very much. Coffee's again out to the right. Thank you. You've done what? Sorry.
In the dining car with a beer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Regular train.
Thank you.